Chapter 29-29. Speaking of transformation, Chong Taishu frowned slightly. However, he continued, not only that, after the Taoist sword war entered the second stage, we followed Miss Jiuxia's arrangement and repeatedly revealed the flaws of creating a diversion. This made the Taoist sect cultivators think that our target was the sky patrolling city, but our real target was not the sky patrolling city. This gave them a confusing illusion that they could not make a judgment. Under such circumstances, it shouldn't be too difficult for us to get close to the Sky Patrol City and set up the Tianyi Azure Light Sword formation on top of the sword formation I had set up earlier, right? Yes. The safest place is also the most dangerous place. It's not just Miss Jiuxia's arrangement for Sword Master Chong. Blue Butterfly sighed at the mention of Jiuxia. It's this series of inexplicable arrangements. Even I don't know what her purpose is. If Sword Master Chong didn't mention it today, I would still be thinking about how to set up the sword formation under the nose of the Shui region Taoist master. You, on the other hand, started more than 10 years ago. You've kept us in the dark for so long. Zhou Ming of the Lingfeng sword sect laughed and said, it doesn't matter if we faint as long as Miss Jiuxia doesn't faint. We just need to follow the arrangement and set up the sword formation in the Sky Patrol City. Okay, the 5 of us will set up the formation. Ruo Tian nodded. The other sword masters will withdraw their forces and march toward the Sky Patrol City. I'd like to see if the Taoist sect cultivators are as Miss Jiuxia predicted. They'll definitely think that our siege on the Sky Patrol City is just a diversion. I'll definitely believe it. Qing Minghua smiled and said, shall I bet with Swordmaster Ruo? I'll bet that the cultivators will be careless and not take the sword formation seriously. Ruo Tian raised his slanted eyebrows and said disdainfully, all right. The other sword masters agreed to the arrangement. However, before they could leave, Chong Taishu, who was frowning earlier, raised his voice and said, fellow sword masters, I still have something to say. Swordmaster Chong, what's the important thing? Qing Minghua was puzzled. Well, it's important. Chong Taishu nodded. I received a message from Shui Mingcha, a disciple of my Void Heaven Sword School. That terrifying phoenix Xiaohua who went to the sword domain to train, is just as Qi Ping said. Not only is she that nameless nascent soul cultivator, but she also has the sword origin of my sword domain. Moreover, the cultivation of that sword origin is quite high. It's almost on the verge of transforming into a sword. What? Is this true? Qing Minghua couldn't believe it. Who is this person? He had the Phoenix Dharma body, the identity of a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect, and the identity of a nameless nascent soul cultivator. And now, a swordsman who has surpassed the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm has appeared. These 3 may be Taoists? Because he has the transfiguration technique, his 2 appearances might be fake. Chong Taishu nodded. Actually, what we should be asking is, what is this person trying to do? Furthermore, the strangest thing was that the soul cultivators in Meng Mountains had sent word that this person had actually entered Meng Mountains. What is he going to do there? Swordmasters, think about it. Is there anyone in your sword's gate that has surpassed the 3rd grade of the illusory sword? Hearing Chong Taishu's words, Blue Butterfly asked loudly. This? All the sword masters frowned and thought for a moment, but no one stepped forward to answer. Alas, it's as I thought. Chong Taishu sighed and said, this Wu Ming must be hiding in a small sword sect, not in our big sword sect. He must have some plans. He must have some plans in hiding in our sword realm. In that case, what are his plans for having 2 identities in the Imperial Lightning sect? Ruo Tian asked curiously. He revealed 2 identities as disciples of the Imperial Thunder School with different cultivations, but does he only have 2 identities? In my opinion, he must have other identities. He also covets the Dao sect. Zhou Ming said. In that case we must keep this a secret. Chong Taishu sneered. We just have to be vigilant and see what that bastard wants to do in our sword realm. As for what he wants to do in the 3 kingdoms, what does it have to do with us? We must not let the Dao sect know about this secret. But I heard that the horrifying phoenix has killed many illusory swordsmen in our sword realm. Although we don't know what his intentions are, he is so arrogant in the name of the horrifying phoenix. Isn't that destroying the prestige of the sword realm and the arrogance of the Dao sect cultivators? If our sword realm doesn't give him a head-on blow, wouldn't it be a disgrace to our sword realm? Yes, I have the same idea. Chong Taishu smiled. After discussing with you, I will send out the Sword Master's command again, ordering the second-grade sword transformation disciples to head to Drifting Cloud Lake. No matter what his intentions are in Meng Mountains, we must block the horrifying phoenix's path back to the kingdom of Shi. On one hand, we must see if we can kill this bastard. On the other hand, even if we can't kill him, we must find out his true identity and purpose. Good, Black Phoenix Sword Sex Chi Liandia clapped her hands and said, I will also send out the Sword Master's command, ordering the second-grade sword transformation disciples of Black Phoenix Sword Sect to head there. My Soaring Wind Sword Sect also has a great enmity with the horrifying phoenix. Swimming smiled. Moreover, my Soaring Wind Sword Sect is closer to Drifting Cloud Lake. I will also send out a second-grade illusory sword disciple. Good 3 second-grade sword transformation swordsmen. There's no reason why they can't capture a nascent soul cultivator, right? Chong Taishu clapped his hands and smiled. Then the 3 of them sent out the Sword Master's command. However, just as their Sword Master's command disappeared, a sword beam rushed in through the gap. A tall female swordsman stepped on the sword beam and landed in front of Chi Liandia of Black Phoenix Sword Sect. When the sword aura around the female swordsman dissipated, LV Rochong's figure was revealed. Junior LV Rochong greets Sword Master Chi and the other Sword Masters. LV Rochong stopped and did not dare to be negligent. He bowed to the dozens of people around him. Get up, Rochong. You are the hero of the great battle of Daoan Sword. You should be recuperating in the sword tomb. Why are you here today? Chi Liandia looked at her proud disciple and asked with a smile. Sword Master Yi. LV Rochong clapped his hands and took out a sword slip. He respectfully handed it over and said, Junior received news from my Void Heaven Sword Sect's disciples near the Sword Edge Mountain. This news is really incredible. Junior did not dare to neglect and personally delivered it. Incredible news? Chi Liandia was also puzzled. She took the sword slip and scanned it with her divine sense. But after a moment she involuntarily exclaimed, How is this possible? Millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain actually took the initiative to evacuate. Not a single one is left. What? Hearing Chi Liandia's words, let alone Chong Taishu, all the other sword masters were stunned. They had racked their brains to start the great battle of Dao in advance. They had worked hard for more than 10 years and finally won the battle. They were about to escape the pursuit of the soul cultivators. But in the end, the soul cultivators were not playing anymore. It seemed that the tens of years of fighting and the hundreds of thousands of fallen swordsmen had turned into an illusion. Everyone's heart was empty. They even had an impulse to roar in their hearts. Damn it, if we knew this would happen, why would we fight so hard? Is this news true? Chong Taishu sighed and looked at LV Rochong. Reporting to Sword Master Chong, LV Rochong respectfully replied, Junior received a message from Sword Master Xiao Jianpain of the Mountain Patrol Sword Sect. He is presiding over the battle with the soul cultivators. There should be no mistake. Chong Taishu nodded slightly. The Mountain Patrol Sword Sect was not a first-class sword sect in Sword Realm. Xiao Jianpain was only a second-grade swordsman. However, soul cultivators were not as strong as cultivators in attacking Sword Realm. Soul cultivators planned to advance step by step. Moreover, the soul cultivators sent their soul cultivators into the battle were generally not of high cultivation. They relied on the number of soul cultivators and the mystery of soul skills to suppress the swordsmen. Therefore, under Jiuxia's suggestion, Sword Realm put more power into the Great Battle of Dao in Sword Realm. For the Great Battle of Soul Swords that started the Great Battle of Dao in Sword Realm, second-grade or even third-grade sword sects were sent into the battle. This was because the sword cultivators knew that the power of millions of Meng Mountain was enormous. In the face of such a huge beast, sword cultivators were not very confident of winning. The best thing they could do was to take over Sky Patrol City and expand the territory of Sword Realm. Miss Jiuxia is really a god. Chong Taishu looked at the sword slip handed to him by Chi Liandia and waved his hand slightly, gesturing for others to check it. He looked up in the direction of Sword Realm and sighed, She did not lie to us. Just now we were talking about how the 2 things she promised us were completed. Now the first thing has been completed perfectly. Yes, Senior Jiuxia is really amazing. Lu Rochong's eyes flashed with a strange light. I feel that nothing in this world is a secret to her. She can almost predict the past 500 years and the future 500 years. Does the retreat of the soul cultivators have anything to do with Miss Jiuxia? Qing Minghua looked at the sword slip and asked hesitantly. Of course. Lu Ruochang nodded. Sword Master Qing, according to Sword Master Zhao's message, Senior Jiuxia left for Meng Mountain. Some sword cultivators have also seen Senior Jiuxia occasionally. In particular, Senior Jiuxia returned from Meng Mountain last year and came to the vicinity of the sword catacomb. When I saw her, she said that the soul cultivators would withdraw in less than 2 years. Then she went back to cultivate in seclusion. Of course, Senior Jiuxia just casually mentioned this to me and did not ask me to inform the sword masters. I dared not report it rashly for fear that I would mislead the war. Miss Jiuxia came to the sword catacomb? What was she doing here? Qi Liandia did not have any scruples in front of her disciple and asked directly. Chapter 29:30. Lu Ruochang was also at a loss. He shook his head slightly and said, I don't know. Senior Jiuxia did not go into detail. She only stayed for half a day. She only asked about the situation of the Dao-seeking sword battle. At this time, all the sword masters had finished reading the sword slip. The sword slip finally fell into Chong Taishu's hands. Chong Taishu looked at the inch-long sword slip in his hand and smiled bitterly. He shook his head slightly and said, How good would it be if this thing came 10 years ago? Now that the warriors of the sword domain have killed their way to the Sky Patrol City, they can take it down at any time. Yet this thing came at such a time. How can we? At this point Chong Taishu's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He raised his head and said, Sword Masters, what do you think is the right thing to do now? Should we quit while we're ahead and return to the sword domain with the spoils of the Dao-seeking sword battle? Or should we take down the Sky Patrol City in one go? He. Not only Qing Minghua, who was beside Chong Taishu, but even the sword masters in the distance showed disdain on their faces and snorted coldly. However, no one spoke. They just waited quietly. So what do you think? Qi Liandia smiled slightly. She glanced at Lu Ruochang and asked with a smile, After all, you've experienced the first stage of the Dao-seeking sword battle. You have a deep understanding of the path sex cultivators and have your own confidence in this battle. Lu Ruochang was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he replied, Sword Master, in my opinion, this matter is decided by the sword domain. It has nothing to do with Senior Jiuxia. When she came to the sword domain last time, although she already knew that the soul sword battle was about to end, she did not let me inform the masters. This has already shown her attitude. Qi Liandia nodded slightly and glanced at Chong Taishu. The two exchanged glances and seemed to have made a decision. Lu Ruochang said again, The path sex cultivators are the most cunning. Although there were not many talents comparable to Tu Hong in the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City, during the Sword Tomb battle, I still fell into their trap and almost failed to live up to the master's expectations. Therefore, I feel that even though the sword domain has repeatedly used the Sky Patrol City as a diversion, the Dao sex cultivators such as Pan Dongmin from the Lanli sect and Zhu Qinghe from the Suyen sect might have seen through the plan. Maybe they have already set a trap in the Sky Patrol City and are waiting for us to fall into it. In the worst-case scenario, they will even divert some of their attention to the Sky Sentry City to prevent us from launching a surprise attack on the Sky Sentry City. Ruochang, you mean, we should stop while we're ahead? Chong Taishu asked with a smile. Yes, that's what I think. Lu Ruochang said respectfully, Since the Sword Master asked me to say it, I'll tell you what I think. After all, the Sky Patrol City has been managed by the Xueyu Spiritual Master and the other Castellans for tens of thousands of years. It's not easy to take down the Sky Patrol City. Moreover, if the path sex cultivators surround us from the outside, it'll be even more troublesome. You're right. Chong Taishu nodded. After the first stage of the battle, you've improved a lot. You know when to advance and retreat. You're not as reckless as you were at the beginning. I'm afraid you'll be the leader in the next sword battle. I wouldn't dare. Lu Ruochang hurriedly bowed and then changed the topic. All plans are based on knowing one's enemy. I only watched the battle from the Sword Tomb battle, so I can't fully grasp the subtleties of the battle. In fact, in my heart I still think. Oh? What do you think? Qing Minghua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, Do you have other ideas? Sword Master Qing. Lu Ruochang nodded and said, Logically speaking, I think we should withdraw. but in my heart I'm a little unwilling. After all, we've already killed our way into the country of Shi and the country of Huan. In the first stage we've gained the upper hand. In the second stage, under the leadership of our masters, we're not at a disadvantage even when facing so many nascent soul stage practitioners. Now that we've reached the final blow, wouldn't it be too regretful if we give up? The Sword Tomb battle is no longer a natural barrier, and the Sky Patrol City has replaced it as the key to defeating the enemy. If our Sword Realm takes down the Sky Patrol City, it's tantamount to having one foot in the country of Shi and a short sword firmly inserted in the territory of the 3 cultivation countries. This place is too important for the future development of our Sword Realm. The Sword Masters have the means to kill it in one blow. Speaking of this, Lu Ruochang gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment before saying, I still think we should take down the Sky Patrol City. But, if we take down the Sky Patrol City, dozens of nascent soul stage practitioners from the 3 cultivation countries will gather in the Sky Patrol City. Our Sword Realm only has a dozen sword masters here, and with the Sky Patrol City as a burden, I'm afraid it's not easy to resist these menacing nascent soul stage practitioners. Chong Taishu still had a smile on his face as he asked Lu Ruochang. Yes. That's why I'm hesitating. Lu Ruochang did not hide the contradiction in his heart. The warriors of our Sword Realm have always been good at offense and not defense. If we take down the Sky Patrol City, the Sky Patrol City will bear the brunt of the Dao Sword War in the future, and even the usual attacks will not be reduced. This is different from the previous war. Facing dozens of nascent soul stage practitioners, even those who did not participate in the war will come out to participate in the war when they see that things have developed beyond their expectations. This has a far-reaching impact. Know yourself and know your enemy and you'll win every battle. That's true. Chong Taishu praised. Ruochang's analysis of the war situation is very good. His estimation of the strength and reaction of the 3 cultivation countries is also very accurate. It's just that he underestimated the power of our Sword Realm. Isn't this Miss Jiuxia's idea? Qiliandia smiled. In order to keep it a secret, only the 5 of us know about the Sky Blue Lightsword formation. The Sword Masters only knew about it a year ago. It would be strange if Ruochang knew about it. Sky Blue Lightsword formation? Lu Ruochang's face showed ecstasy. Swordmaster, are you talking about the Sky Blue Lightsword, Tai Qing Green Lightsword, Tai Wei Green Lightsword, Tai Shen Green Lightsword, Tai Yi Green Lightsword, and Tai He Green Lightsword that are part of the innate 5 elements? Hee hee, you silly child, if it's not this sword formation, what sword formation is there? Qi Liandia rebuked, but her face was full of pride. Great. Since there's such a big killing formation, why are you still hesitating? Let's take down the Sky Patrol City. Lu Ruochang clapped his hands and shouted. But after saying that, Lu Ruochang panicked again and hurriedly smiled. I'm sorry for my rudeness, please forgive me. Haha, it's okay, it's okay. Chong Taishu waved his hand and laughed. You've said exactly what we're thinking. The Sky Patrol City is now a piece of fat meat, and it's already at the mouth of our Sword Realm. How can we give it up? Not to mention the dozens of nascent Soul Realm cultivators who are participating in the battle. Even if there are dozens more, they'll all fall into the Sky Azure Lightsword formation and die. That's right. Qiliandia also smiled. The Taoist sect cultivators have backup, but so does our Sword Realm. When Sword Master Shao returns from the Battle of Soul Swords with the Sword Realm warriors, we'll surround the Taoist sect cultivators. We'll show them the power of the Iron Blood Swordsman. Hearing Chong Taishu and Qiliandia's words, all the Sword Masters smiled. They knew that even if they wanted to withdraw from the battle at this point, the participating swordsmen would not agree. This was a rare opportunity for the Sword Realm. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of swordsmen would withdraw from the Battle of Soul Swords, and they would be a powerful backup. They would have no problem dealing with the cultivators of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Then I'll return to the Sword Tomb and prepare to welcome Sword Master Shao back. Lu Ruochang bowed and said, I wish you all success and take down the Sky Patrol City in one fell swoop. Wait. Seeing that Lu Ruochang was about to leave, Chong Taishu stopped him. Sword Master Chong, do you have any other orders? Lu Ruochang was curious. Chong Taishu smiled and said, Ruochang, do you still remember Wu Ming from the Imperial Thunder Sect? At the mention of Wu Ming, Lu Ruochang's face flushed with shame and anger. He nodded fiercely and said, Of course I remember, and it's unforgettable. If there's a chance to kill him with your sword, are you willing to go? Chong Taishu's expression remained unchanged, seemingly satisfied with Lu Ruochang's ruthlessness. Of course. Lu Ruochang replied without hesitation. I'll do whatever Sword Master Chong says. Before you came, I've already issued a Sword Master's order to the disciples guarding outside the valley. Your martial aunt Feng Suiwu is going to the Drifting Cloud Lake to stop Wu Ming. If you want to go, you can go with your martial aunt Feng. Qi Liandia looked at Lu Ruochang with satisfaction. Drifting Cloud Lake? Lu Ruochang was stunned. Chapter 29:31. That bastard. Lu Ruochang gritted her teeth in hatred. After a long while she finally spat out those two words. Alright, you can go now. Qi Liandia waved her hand and said, it'll be best if you can uncover John Doe's secret. Otherwise bring his head back to the sword domain. Yes, I understand. I'll look for Martial Aunt Feng Suiwu now. Lu Ruochang did not delay. She bowed and was about to leave on her flying sword when she suddenly stopped and asked softly, I have something to tell you, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Just say it. Chong Taishu smiled. I think that Xiao Hua and the others are the heroes of the Dao sect in this great war of Dao sword. Whether they have their own secrets or are arranged by the Dao sect cultivators, their lives are very important to the Dao sect cultivators. Previously we were focused on the Great War of Dao Sword and the Great War of Soul Sword, so we didn't pay much attention to them. Now that everything has been settled, why don't we leak the news of us killing Xiao Hua and the others to the Dao sect cultivators? For the sake of the Dao sect's reputation, the cultivators will definitely send late-stage gold core or even early-stage nascent soul disciples to Meng Mountains. We can set up an ambush and take the opportunity to kill the Dao sect cultivators. Lu Ruochang told them her plan in one breath and looked at Chong Taishu quietly. She felt that the sword masters would definitely agree to her plan of killing two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, Chong Taishu shook his head with a smile and denied Lu Ruochang's plan without discussing it with Qi Liandia and the others. Martial niece Lu, although your plan is excellent, the Dao sect cultivators might be able to see through it. Drifting Cloud Lake is deep in the sword domain. Will the Dao sect cultivators go there? Right now the focus is not on Xiao Hua and the others, but on the Great War of Dao Sword and the Sky Patrol City. As long as we don't take down the Sky Patrol City and drive the Dao sect cultivators away, the Great War of Dao Sword will not end. This is also the reason why I didn't kill Xiao Hua and the others when they rushed into my sword domain to train. Most importantly, that Xiao Hua might not be Xiao Hua. Wu Ming is Wu Ming. Who knows what this mysterious person covets for my sword domain and the three kingdoms of cultivation. Even if we can't kill Xiao Hua and the others this time, we definitely can't let the Dao sect's cultivators notice Xiao Hua. This old man has a feeling that he might be related to something. Something. Not to mention Lu Ruochang, even Ruo Tian and the others were puzzled. Don't forget the death of Sky Patrol City's Tu Hong. Chong Taishu pointed his finger and said, this Tu Hong is a rarely seen commander among the Dao sect cultivators. He is definitely comparable to martial nephew Lu. But who was the one who killed him? Qin Jian had personally admitted that he didn't know. When Tu Hong was killed, I was near Sky Sentry City and saw Tu Hong with my own eyes. He did not recognize my sword chi, but I recognized him. He definitely did not kill Tu Hong. Moreover, as far as this old man knows, the person who killed Tu Hong knows the Devil Sect's concealment technique. Tu Hong's dual cultivation partner is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. At this point, Chong Taishu stopped talking and looked at everyone with a smile. This junior understands. Lu Ruochang's face revealed a look of realization again. He nodded and said, this person might be Wu Ming. Only Wu Ming's cultivation could kill Tu Hong. This Wu Ming is not a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, but a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If he is a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, what is his purpose in sneaking into the Imperial Thunder Sect? This is a very interesting scene, Chong Taishu said with a smile. Blue Butterfly also came to a realization. If Wu Ming is killed by Tu Hong, the Dao sect cultivators will be at a disadvantage in the Taoist sword war. The war will be chaotic and the Dao sect cultivators will be able to focus on the war. Only then can the Heavenly Demon Sect be established. Sigh, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Our sword domain and the Dao sect are fighting fiercely, but the Heavenly Demon Sect is the one who benefits in the end. Therefore, even if we can't find Wu Ming, capture him or kill him, we must hide this matter from the Dao sect. Chong Taishu said, let the heavenly demon sect cause trouble behind the Dao sect cultivators. In the end, won't the ones who benefit be us swordsmen? Yes, this junior understands. Lu Ruochang bowed and did not dare to say anything else. He turned around and flew away. Chong Taishu and the others naturally discussed a little and then left Lake Chui. In the quiet afternoon, the water of Lake Chui reflected the luster of the sun in the sky. The luster on the windless lake was so pale that it was even more bleak than the blood that flowed during the Taoist sword war. It was as if the clear emerald color of Lake Chui could not withstand the boundless waves of blood that were stirred up by a few words from a dozen transformed swords. Xiao Hua naturally did not know that he had been completely seen through by the transformed swords of the sword domain. Currently, he was in a quiet room looking at the sleepy little black and not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Since that day in the ancestral hall of the Hutu stronghold, Xiao Hua had placed little black into his spirit storage pouch. Because he had discovered the secret of the green seal text, he had been comprehending the green seal text and had placed little black to the side. Today, after returning from Old Wu's place, he knew that he had 80 days of free time to cultivate. Thus, he took out little black and prepared to ask about it. But who would have thought that little black would become like this? Xiao Hua was very familiar with little black's appearance. It was exactly the same as little yellow's appearance after swallowing its soul. Thinking of little yellow, Xiao Hua's mouth twitched and he pulled little yellow out of the space. Sure enough, little yellow's eyes were also blurry and sleepy. It barely opened its eyes a little and then closed them again, as if there was 1,000 gene weight hanging on its eyelids. Xiao Hua did not send little yellow into the space. Instead, he anxiously said in his heart, Little Black? This is little yellow, do you know him? Little Black also opened its eyes a little and looked around blankly. It only glanced at little yellow and said in a somewhat shaky voice, Yes, father. This is little yellow. So he was with father. Oh, you really are little black. Xiao Hua was finally able to confirm this and sent little yellow into the space. Where did little yellow go? Little black looked all around. In a moment, father will send you to find him. Xiao Hua smiled and asked, How do you know father is called Zhang Xiaohua? Why did you have the Hutu stronghold's spirit warriors look for father in Huan country? Also, do you know where father came from? Does father have a home? Is there anyone else in the family? Has anyone ever called father Zhang Xiaohua that? Father agreed. Also, didn't father have something in his hand? That little girl said it was a flying sword. Little Black's eyes were still closed and he answered intermittently. As home? What do you mean there's someone else in the family? Fine, Xiao Hua understood. This little black and little yellow were the same. They didn't know anything and he couldn't ask them anything at all. However, little black seemed to be a little more sensible than little yellow. At least he knew that he was called Zhang Xiaohua and that he used to have a sword embryo in his hand. Forget it, let's talk about it after I raise the two of you. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and sent little black into the space. Little black was extremely astonished. He forced himself to open his eyes and look around at the unfamiliar place. However, when he saw little black, he felt at ease and obediently lay down next to little yellow to sleep. Little silver, who had been swinging between the spirit grasses, was so scared that he jumped down from the spirit grasses when he saw little black suddenly appear. He burrowed into the roots of the spirit grasses and stayed there for a long time before his sharp nose and furtive rat eyes popped out and stared at little black. He didn't know what kind of divine being had suddenly appeared. After sending little black into the space, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and took out the soul nest that the Shaman King had given him and the bone that Hutu Stockade's elder Wu had given him. Xiao Hua first opened the soul nest and scanned it with his soul consciousness. Xiao Hua was immediately stunned. This soul nest didn't look big, but the space inside was more than 10 times larger than an ordinary storage bag. Inside the soul nest there were countless strange plants piled up. Some of these plants looked like spirit grasses, some looked like withered branches and withered leaves, and there were also many that were simply seeds. He couldn't tell what they were at all. Apart from these plants there were some strange things. Some looked like materials for refining tools, some looked like broken pill furnaces. In short, Xiao Hua couldn't tell the origin of any of them. Damn it, what's the meaning of this Shaman King? Do you really think this young master is a garbage collector? After Xiao Hua's astonishment, he pulled a long face. All he needed to do was to follow this record and cast the green seal script that formed the spell. Chapter 2932. Currently, Xiaohua was still practicing the most basic 50 green seal scripts in the heaven of Ring of Breath, and was still trying to understand the realm of Daoxingyi. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to practice this new talisman technique. What he needed to do now was to follow the instructions given to him by Ziming, using the soul cultivator technique in the bone to record the technique of traveling clouds and summoning rain. Initially, Xiaohua thought he had already mastered the green seal script, and he thought it would not be too difficult for him to record the technique using the divine will of Taoist sect. But when he began to record the technique according to the soul cultivator technique in the bone, he realized that the method used by soul cultivators to record the green seal script was completely different from the method used by Taoist sect to record the jade slip. The technique used to record the technique was completely a soul technique. If the method used by Taoist sect to record the jade slip was the writing method used by mortals, then there was no need to write anything, as all one needed to do was to copy the content stroke by stroke, and the quality of the handwriting did not matter. But the method used by soul cultivators to record the green seal script required one to understand the content of the text, and every stroke had to be exactly the same as the text. If there was even the slightest difference, the green seal script would not be able to be recorded. But in this case, recording the technique of traveling clouds and summoning rain was like Xiaohua carefully comprehending the entire technique, and teaching it to others word by word. Thinking back to his reckless behavior in front of Grandmaster Wu that day in the palace, Xiaohua could not help but smile wryly. His arrogant behavior made his face burn. Xiaohua's body was flashing with a faint green light, countless soul threads were dancing in front of his eyes, and strange syllables were being played without any rhythm. The wind and clouds in the quiet room were flickering, and the capital star formation was changing from time to time. Putting aside the fact that Xiaohua had recorded the lost art of traveling clouds and summoning rain for Mengshan in Hutu Stockade, in the distant territory of Lian Kingdom, there was a huge mountain range that had a beautiful scenery. The bottom layer of the steep foothills was lush and green, and there were some tall and straight spirit trees growing around it. Although there were no spirit birds flying among these spirit trees, it still gave off the aura of an immortal realm. Looking up at the foot of the mountain, the emerald green gradually turned into a dry and yellow color. The spiritual trees and spiritual grasses at the bottom of the mountain had already disappeared, replaced by some thorny plants. These plants were thick and strong, and between their branches, there was an aura that seemed to want to fight against the heavens. However, these plants only occupied an area of less than 1,000 feet. Further up the mountain, solid soil and hard rocks gradually began to appear. Furthermore, there were some gray-green spots. Upon closer inspection, these spots were actually some thumb-sized moss gathered together. Even the thistles and thorns couldn't survive here. If one looked up, then there was a faint snowy shadow and thin ice that went straight to the peak of the mountain range. Everything had become a world of white snow and ice. A mountain range actually had so many different sceneries. Even in the Xiaoyu continent it was rarely seen. However, if one looked at the foot of the mountain, then one should be able to understand the formation of this scenery. At the foot of the mountain there was a misty place. Under the misty clouds, there was an incessant gurgling sound of water. When a cold wind blew, all the clouds were blown away, revealing 9 large hot springs scattered in the valley like stars in the sky. Boiling water was gushing out from the hot springs. The boiling water sprayed several feet high, and some sprayed several feet high. When the boiling water fell down, it flowed into the 9 pools of hot springs. The water in the pools rippled, and the warm water circled around the foot of the mountain a few times, flowing far away from the foot of the mountain. Ding ding dong. Suddenly, just as the hot spring was covered by the mist, a clear and melodious sound of a zither came from one side of the mist. The zither sound came from a few small pavilions. These pavilions were hidden in the emerald green spirit wood, and a faint red tip of the pavilions peeked out from the spirit wood. A fist-sized bird was engraved at the top of the pavilions. If one didn't look at it carefully, one would really think that this bird was alive. Everyone would even think that this clear zither sound came from this bird. The zither sound was like a gurgling stream that surrounded the spirit wood and flowed into the hot springs. When it flowed away with the water, the sound gradually faded away. Before the zither sound faded away, clapping sounds came from another part of the spirit wood. A very bold and unrestrained voice shouted, Fairy Fian's zither sound is indeed out of this world. I haven't gotten tired of listening to it for many years. Every time the zither sound comes, my heart will calm down, and the chaotic thoughts in my mind will be orderly like the flowing water. If possible, I really want to continue this sword battle forever. Ah, Senior Brother Gu Yun, in this way you are happy, but what about the disciples of your Kunlun sect? I'm afraid that martial Uncle Xianjing will pull your ears and drag you back to Kunlun Mountain, right? Another rather bold voice came from another place. The place where the spirit wood was located was faintly a bamboo shed made of bamboo, and this voice was actually Zhu Qinghe of Su Yan sect. Thank you for your praise, senior brothers. At the sound of the zither, a clear and weak voice came out again. A petite female cultivator walked out of the pavilion and slowly walked to the edge of the hot springs. This female cultivator was in the early gold core stage. Her eyes were big and her skin was white and clean. However, her face with big eyes was indeed mediocre. Even if she was wearing a Taoist robe, there were no curves on her body. She looked much stronger than ordinary village girls. But if this appearance was compared with the early gold core stage, it was extremely unworthy. However, this female cultivator's big eyes were so lively that even the clouds rising from the hot springs could not cover the divine light in her eyes. This female cultivator was the Jiang Fian that Gu Yun of Kunlun sect spoke of. She was a disciple of Nanming sect and was extremely good at analyzing details. She was often a wise person who could see the intentions of ordinary sword cultivators from the details that others could not see. Jiang Fian walked to the side of the hot springs. Her small nose wrinkled slightly, showing a trace of disgust. She raised her eyes to look at the other side of the spirit wood and said loudly, "Senior Brother Pan, don't calculate anymore. Come and rest for a moment. Although this Nine-Eye Hot Springs has some sulfur qi, there is also a lot of spiritual qi in it. Resting here is extremely beneficial for our cultivation." Hehe, a blue figure flashed across the sky. Zhu Qinghe was still wearing his blue robe and landed beside Jiang Fian. He had a smile on his face and said, "Fairy Fian, I and the other seem to be nearby too, right? Why don't you know to call me? I'm afraid Brother Dongmin isn't the only one who has racked his brains for our Dao Sex war, right?" Jiang Fian did not even raise her eyebrows. She looked at the dreamy clouds and said indifferently, "Senior Brother Zhu's wisdom is profound and far from what we can compare to. You only have to come up with one plan and it takes us half a day to think about it. Wasn't this Nine-Eye Hot Springs found by Senior Brother Zhu during his planning? I remember that at that time, I was still accompanying Taiqing sect's Taoist Yu Qing in Jinshuan Valley to think about how to ambush the Huan Kingdom's swordsmen. Senior Brother Pan also occasionally encountered the swordsmen at Ping River. If not for Taoist Qing Yan and Taoist Lao Yun of Mo Sang Mountain risking their lives to protect him, he might not even have seen this hot spring. Therefore we can't compare to Senior Brother Zhu. Fairy Fian, we shouldn't have brought this." Zhu Qinghe laughed. This Zhu only said one sentence, but Fairy actually refuted so much. "Are you praising me? Or are you insulting me?" "Of course I'm praising Junior Brother Zhu." A slightly arrogant voice sounded. Then from the other side of the spiritual tree, a well-built mid-gold core cultivator slowly walked out. This cultivator's eyebrows were like laying silkworms and his nose was like hanging gallbladder. What was even more eye-catching was his 5 strands of long beard. Coupled with his fair skin, he looked exceptionally handsome. When Jiang Fian heard this, she quickly looked up. Her gaze landed on the cultivator's face and a smile immediately appeared on her face. However, this smile was faint and quickly disappeared. Even her gaze, which had only met the cultivator's gaze for a brief moment, fell to the ground and once again looked into the clouds. "Oh, Senior Brother Dongmin. I'm already not Fairy Fian's opponent. Now that you're here, we're a pair of good-looking man and talented woman. How can I be your opponent?" Zhu Qinghe slapped his forehead exaggeratedly and said in distress. "Senior Brother Zhu." A trace of anger flashed across Jiang Fian's face. She said coldly, "What do you mean by good-looking man and talented woman? This little sister wants Senior Brother to explain the origin of this." At this moment, a long whistle came from the other side of the Nine-Eyed Hot Spring. A series of strange crackling sounds came from the spiritual tree. Then, a well-built cultivator with bulging muscles and a few spiritual herbs on his body flew out from the spiritual tree. With a peng, he landed on the ground again and the entire ground shook. Senior brother Gu Yun. Hurry up and come over. Zhu Qinghe was extremely happy when he saw the person. He pointed his hand and said, "Hurry up and be the judge." When did this little brother say that we're a good-looking man and talented woman? In this world there's only a good-looking man and a talented woman, right? No matter how ignorant I am, I won't make a mistake about this. The well-built male cultivator was Kunlun sect's Gu Yun, who was in the later stage of the Gold Core realm. He naturally thought that Zhu Qinghe was fighting with Pan Dongmin of the Blue Li sect and Jiang Fian of the Nanming sect. Why would he get involved? He just chuckled and walked quickly to a hot spring. He sat down and took off his boots. His 2 black hairy feet dipped into the hot spring with a plop sound. Then he stretched his body and lay on the ground. He opened his mouth and exhaled a long breath. He seemed to be extremely comfortable. That breath rushed into the clouds in the air. Moments later, an illusion like a flying crane appeared. It flapped its wings and flew above the hot spring, blowing away the clouds. Then it disappeared. Chapter 2933. Senior Brother. Jiang Fian was originally angry at Zhu Qinghe's words, but when she saw Solitary Cloud's actions, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She stomped her feet and said, "People say that burning the zither and cooking the crane and washing the feet in the clear spring are the most unpleasant things in the world. I didn't expect Senior Brother to have a method comparable to the ancients. Washing the feet in the hot spring should also be included in the classics, right?" Solitary Cloud took a deep breath and rubbed his feet against each other in the hot spring, as if he was extremely satisfied. He then said lazily, "Junior sister is still wrong. How can washing the feet in the hot spring be included in the classics? If it is to be included, I'm afraid it will be washing the feet in the hot spring." Zhu Qinghe clapped his hands and laughed. "Senior Brother Solitary Cloud, you're right. I'll get a disciple who can remember this. This matter will definitely be spread throughout the cultivation world." "How dare you?" Solitary Cloud glanced at Zhu Qinghe. "Be careful that I don't smash your face." Zhu Qinghe laughed and glanced at Pan Dongmin, who walked to his side but did not approach Jiang Fian. He said, "Even if Senior Brother smashes my face into a rotten persimmon, I won't feel the pinch. I can't compare to Senior Brother Pan in this life." Pan Dongmin frowned and did not answer. He also did not look at Zhu Qinghe. His gaze followed the clouds and went up again, as if he was admiring the different beautiful scenery at the foot of the mountain. Pan Dongmin did not react, but Jiang Fian's expression turned ugly. Zhu Qinghe looked at this strange situation and was overjoyed. He understood that although Jiang Fian was an early-stage golden core cultivator and did not look outstanding, she was very intelligent and far superior to most cultivators. The reason why she was called a fairy was also because of her intelligence, not her appearance. Jiang Fian was one of the 4 people in the Dao sect who came up with the plan in this Dao sword war, and she was also the only female cultivator. Therefore she thought highly of herself. Not to mention Zhu Qinghe and the others, she did not even care about ordinary nascent soul masters. However, Jiang Fian had tied a strand of love to Pan Dongmin at some point in time. However, perhaps Pan Dongmin did not notice it, or perhaps Pan Dongmin did not fancy Jiang Fian, but Pan Dongmin ignored Jiang Fian's gaze. If that was all, then it would be fine. However, Jiang Fian was an ordinary female cultivator. She would probably be more eager and take the initiative. This matter might not be completely hopeless. Unfortunately, Jiang Fian was not an ordinary female cultivator. She was a female talent who was full of vigor and vitality. How could she possibly lower herself to take the initiative? As a result, the 2 of them ended up in a lukewarm situation. Gu Yun and Zhu Qinghe were outsiders and could see everything clearly. Although Gu Yun saw it, he acted as if he did not see it. Zhu Qinghe, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. From time to time he would make fun of the 2 of them. "Or do you want to break them up?" Zhu Qinghe originally thought that Pan Dongmin would use this as an excuse to avoid the awkwardness, but who would have thought that Pan Dongmin would stare at it for a long time, and he was very engrossed in it as if he had discovered something strange on the foothills. Zhu Qinghe could not help but follow Pan Dongmin's gaze as well. However, the scenery on the foothills was the same as what he had seen for the past dozens of days. There was nothing special about it. Zhu Qinghe was stunned and asked curiously, "Senior Brother Pan, what did you see? Why are you so engrossed?" "I saw the great battle of the Dao sword and even the ending." Pan Dongmin replied indifferently. Upon hearing that, Zhu Qinghe was not the only one who was shocked. Even Gu Yun and Jiang Fian, who pretended to ignore him, were shocked. All of them looked towards the foothills. However, Zhu Qinghe and Gu Yun did not gain anything after looking at it for a moment. Instead, Jiang Fian looked pensive and there was even a hint of joy in her eyes. Junior brother Pan, spit out what you have to say. Don't be so mysterious. Gu Yun frowned and no longer looked at the foothills. Instead, he looked into the air and said coldly. The great battle of the Dao sword has been going on for more than 10 years. The battle situation is just like the scene on the foothills. Pan Dongmin pointed with his finger and said, at first, the swordsmen of the Huan Kingdom were unstoppable under LV Rochang's command. They forced our Dao sect cultivators to a dead end and were restrained in every way. The victory of the swordsmen was just like the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs. Seemed to be unstoppable. However, at the end of the spiritual trees was the great battle of the sword tomb. The battle situation changed several times and was unpredictable. It was not clear whether it was warm or cold. Although the warmth still had the upper hand in the middle of the dried-up foothills, the higher it went, the colder it became. This also meant that our Dao sect battle became increasingly powerful and gradually gained the upper hand on the entire battlefield. Just like the ice on this mountain range, no matter which direction you go, you will only end up being covered by a layer of ice. However, no matter how many foothills were covered by a layer of ice, the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs below the foothills were ultimately unable to be destroyed by the ice. Jiang Fian's voice was somewhat weak as she said, this is because the source of the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs' survival was ultimately unable to be reached by the ice. How could the disciples of the Dao sect approach it so calmly? Jiang Fian said coldly, even if senior brother Zhu could enter the Huan Kingdom, I'm afraid it would not be easy for you to receive news about Meng Mountain, right? Sai indeed. Zhu Qinghe nodded. After the great battle of the Sword Catacomb, the Changbai sect also sent some disciples with sword energy to sneak into the Sword Catacomb. Unfortunately, most of them were seen through and only a small number of them were able to send back some news. But these news were all from the Huan Kingdom near the Shi Kingdom and the Lian Kingdom. Perhaps there is also a problem between the Su Huan Kingdom and Meng Mountain? Pan Dongmin's eyes flashed with a strange light as he suddenly said. It is not that I have not thought of this. Jiang Fian said with a bitter smile, but the Huan Kingdom has no reason to send troops from both sides. Moreover, it is very obvious that the forces of Meng Mountain are not much weaker than the three kingdoms of the Dao sect. If they are also at war with the Huan Kingdom, how could the Huan Kingdom send so many swords here? Sigh, if only some nascent soul master could make a trip to Meng Mountain. Gu Yun sighed, won't we know what the situation is when we see it? Jiang Fian laughed, senior brother Gu Yun, if you want to go, no one will stop you. It is a great battle now. Just like those third-grade sword masters, although they are powerful and can fly very fast, would they dare to enter the territory of the three kingdoms alone? Would they be able to receive news from the Kuei-he Sea? If they dare to go to the Kuei-he Sea, they must be prepared to die in the Meng Kingdom. Speaking of this, Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and looked at Gu Yun, asking, by the way, senior brother Gu Yun, didn't Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction of the Lian Kingdom bring a few disciples to the Huan Kingdom? Is there any news? Oh, you mean Li Zongbao, Kai Hongxia, Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua? Gu Yun seemed to have realized something and said, when I first came to Sentry City, I heard from the sect leader that the four of them had broken through the sword catacomb that day, but after that there was no more news. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. It has been so many years, I'm afraid they are doomed. Chapter 29-34. I've heard about it too. Zhu Qinghe, who had been silent all this while, said, Senior brother Gu Yun, I've always been puzzled. Why did these disciples break into the sword catacomb? Could it be the arrangement of Immortal He Ping from the Utopia faction? Sect leader asked Immortal He Ping that year. Immortal He Ping just smiled and didn't answer. Gu Yun didn't know either. Besides, Li Zongbao's master Heng Zhao has returned to the Utopia faction. Even Kai Hongxia and the others' teachers have returned. No one knows what they're doing. It must be the arrangement of some nascent soul stage teacher. Jiang Fian said calmly, who's free to rush into the Huan Kingdom after the war? I'm not sure. Gu Yun hesitated. If Fairy Fian wants to know. Oh? Jiang Fian was stunned and said curiously, I do want to know. Then junior sister and junior brother Dong Min should think about it carefully. Maybe we can solve this fog-like mystery and find a pool to bathe in. Gu Yun said seriously. Senior brother. Jiang Fian blushed. Just as she was about to scold him, a voice came from the mountain wall in the distance. Teachers, a message jade slip has arrived. Zhu Qinghe laughed so hard that he bent over. However, he was not like Gu Yun and didn't dare to be loud. He felt uncomfortable holding it in. When he heard it, he rushed to the sky and laughed. Ah, good, bring it to me. Immediately, a disciple in the early stage of foundation establishment flew in from outside the stone wall and landed outside the straw hut behind Zhu Qinghe. Zhu Qinghe landed on the ground and didn't speak to the disciple. Instead, he laughed loudly. The disciple was confused, but he didn't dare to ask and stood aside respectfully. After Zhu Qinghe finished laughing, he stretched out his hand and said, Give it to me. Yes. The disciple reached into his chest and took out a few jade slips and handed them to Zhu Qinghe. Uncle, these are 9 jade slips from various places. There are 4 from the Shi Kingdom and 5 from the Lian Kingdom. Please take a look. Good, you've worked hard. Zhu Qinghe took them and praised. It's your credit that the message was sent in such a timely manner. After the war, I'll ask for a reward for you. I don't dare. The disciple respectfully bowed. We juniors are all boorish fellows. We relied on Uncle Master and the others to devise strategies for the war. Everyone will do their best. Zhu Qinghe smiled as he watched the disciple bid him farewell. With a shake of his body, he landed in the straw hut. The hut was not big, similar to an ordinary quiet room. However, every blade of grass that made up the hut was emerald green, like a piece of jade. Strands of invisible green silk strands connected the grass. If an ordinary cultivator saw this, he would be stunned because the grass was blue sky grass and the strands were dark green silk. Both of them had the effect of calming the mind, calming the heart, and expelling evil spirits. Ordinary cultivators would place some of them around their quiet rooms. Cultivating in such a quiet room, it was easy to calm the mind, and inner demons and other things would not come to disturb them. However, this straw hut was actually built with these 2 strange items. It was really rare. Zhu Qinghe entered the straw hut, walked to a jade table and sat down. With a wave of his hand, the 9 jade slips landed on the table. He casually picked one up and carefully read it with his divine sense. As he read, his eyebrows trembled slightly as if he was thinking. After a moment, Zhu Qinghe finished reading. Then he raised his head and looked at the blue sky grass with some confusion. He muttered in a low voice, strange. Didn't the Lian country's Polonia Peak just kill thousands of swordsmen a few days ago? Why did they rush there again? Polonia Peak, Polonia Peak. It doesn't seem to have any vital points. After muttering for a moment, Zhu Qinghe raised his hand and flicked his middle finger. The jade slip flew out with a whoosh. Looking at his familiar movements, it was obvious that Zhu Qinghe often did this. Fairy Fian, don't think about how to take a bath. Take a look at the battle report first. Haha, as Zhu Qinghe spoke, he couldn't help but laugh again. Then he picked up another jade slip and prepared to read it. However, just as his divine sense entered it, the laughter came to an abrupt end. Even the smile froze on his face. A strange and inconceivable expression appeared in his eyes. How is this possible? Zhu Qinghe muttered in a low voice that sounded almost like a moan. Then his eyes darted around and he glanced outside. His finger curled slightly and the jade slip in his hand suddenly disappeared. It was as if he had never picked it up or even seen it. Of course, Zhu Qinghe's finger curled again and another jade slip fell into his hand. However, this time, Zhu Qinghe was a little absent-minded. He seemed to have roughly looked at it and without even thinking he directly sent it out. Zhu Qinghe skimmed through the remaining 6 jade slips like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He casually passed them to Jiang Fian. Then, as if he was thinking about something, he stood up and slowly paced around the straw hut. After the time it took to eat a meal, he finally raised his head and looked outside. Some of the confusion on his face had disappeared. He knew that Jiang Fian, Gu Yun and Pan Dongmin had finished reading the 8 jade slips. It should be time for the 4 of them to discuss. Zhu Qinghe took a slight breath and his expression returned to normal. He walked out of the green heavens grass and Zhanbi silk and walked towards Jiang Fian's pavilion. Jiang Fian's pavilion was also rare. It was built with many spirit-nourishing trees. When Zhu Qinghe walked to the front of the pavilion, Gu Yun and Pan Dongmin had already arrived. One of them was sitting on a wooden chair with a pink wine pot in front of him. A strong flowery fragrance was emitted from the wine cup in front of the wine pot. The faint pink wine brew was as intoxicating as the red lips of a beautiful woman. The other one was standing with his hands behind his back and facing outside the pavilion. He seemed to be looking at the clouds in the foothills. Jiang Fian was sitting behind a jade table. There was a 6-stringed zither on the table. However, at this moment, Jiang Fian's hand was gently pressing on the zither's strings. Her fingers were moving intermittently, but there was no sound. The 8 jade slips were scattered in front of the 6-string zither. Senior brother Gu Yun is in such a good mood. Zhu Qinghe glanced at Gu Yun, who was holding a wine cup, and said with a smile, "Your beautiful lips have flushed the Tiantai fragrance out of the 9 heavens in an instant." Gu Yun pursed his lips and looked at the small tea stove on the wooden table behind Pan Dongmin. He looked at the small red charcoal fire under the tea stove and said in annoyance, "In this state, it should be green ant fresh wine and red clay stove to cook dog meat. How can the Tiantai fragrance that's so bland that birds come out of the mouth be completed?" Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "Senior brother Gu Yun, are you saying that I'm spoiling the fun? All right then, I'll return to the Nanming sect now. Senior brothers, you can enjoy yourselves again." Don't. Gu Yun hurriedly waved his hand and drank a mouthful of wine. He said, "If you leave, won't others change your name to Jiang Hongyan in their hearts?" Zhu Qinghe naturally understood the message sent by Hongyan. He immediately understood that Gu Yun was alluding to Pan Dongmin again. Senior brother Jiang Fian was a little anxious and stood up. Ahem, Zhu Qinghe knew that it was time for him to speak up. He hurriedly coughed twice and sat on the wooden table behind Pan Dongmin. He said, "Senior brother Gu Yun is an elegant person. We're just ordinary people. Let's enjoy the Tiantai fragrance. Fairy Fian, he's obviously envious of us. Why are you still arguing with him?" Jiang Fian was given a way out. She pouted and sat down. She still glanced at Pan Dongmin's back. When Zhu Qinghe picked up his teacup and took a sip, Pan Dongmin beside him said softly, "Junior brother Zhu, the messages that are coming in are getting more and more complicated. Have you noticed anything?" I just don't understand. That's why I'm here to listen to everyone's opinions." Zhu Qinghe said with a bitter smile, "The things in these jade slips are all over the place. I can't see anything special at all. They're all ordinary troop arrangements. There's even some extremely useless things. I'm having a headache just looking at them." "Is that so?" Pan Dongmin turned around and looked at Zhu Qinghe in confusion. "Is that so?" Zhu Qinghe felt a little guilty for no reason and asked in confusion, "What about senior brother Gu Yun?" Pan Dongmin shifted his gaze away from Zhu Qinghe and looked at Gu Yun. Gu Yun took another sip of wine and said calmly, "I feel that today's messages are very strange. They're all pointless troop deployments. But it's really so boring. They've already revealed the intentions of the sword cultivators." "That's right." Jiang Fian, who was beside him, also made up an excuse. "After reading it, I feel that the sword cultivators are about to bare their fangs." This. Zhu Qinghe's face was slightly red. He really didn't check it carefully and thought that it was the same as the previous messages. He didn't expect that the 3 of them had already reached a consensus. However, Pan Dongmin didn't ask much. He only said in a low voice, "I also feel that it's a little strange." The actions of the sword cultivators this time are really messy. Feels like they're trying to cover it up. It's different from all the previous arrangements of the sword cultivators. Yes, or rather it's only this time that it gives a familiar feeling. It's as if the previous movements weren't the arrangements of the sword cultivators. Only this time, it's the real movements of the sword cultivators. Sigh, it's a pity that I still can't see any specific movements from the messages in the jade slips. The goal of the sword cultivators, we still can't be sure. Even LV Ruochang, who commanded the first stage of the war, actually left the sword tomb and returned to Huan Kingdom. In the previous few years, although LV Ruochang didn't directly participate in the war, he's always been guarding the sword tomb. "I have an extremely bad feeling," Jiang Fian said seriously. "The goal of the sword cultivators will definitely stun us. Maybe LV Rochang is preparing for this. I hope that our arrangements will be of some use. I also hope that we can find the nine-eyed hot spring behind the fog before the sword cultivators launch their final attack. Pan Dongmin turned again and looked at the dreamy fog in the distance. Oh right, senior brother Zhu, where's the other jade slips? Jiang Fian suddenly asked. However, Jiang Fian did not pay attention to Gu Yun. She seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes stared straight at the six-string zither in front of her, and her brows were tightly knitted. Go and save them. Pan Dongmin said straightforwardly. What the sword cultivators want to do is what we want to stop. What's more, Li Zongbao and the others are the heroes of the great battle of Daoan Sword. If the other disciples know that we have received the news but do not go and save them, what will they think? Their hearts will definitely turn cold. I object to sending the participating disciples to save them. Zhu Qinghe frowned and said, even if this news is true, the participating nascent soul stage masters have the entire battle under control. If they leave, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to the battle. Moreover, this news is more than a month ago. Even if Shinran He Ping of the Utopia faction wants to save them, I'm afraid it will be too late. If we don't send the participating disciples, let the disciples of Shi country go? Pan Dongmin replied without hesitation. Gu Yun nodded. Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is the flag of the great battle. We must not let him fall. Since Huan country wants to send the non-participating swordsmen to kill them, then our Dao sect will also send non-participating cultivators to save them. Sky Patrol City. It's Sky Patrol City. Jiang Fian, who had been pondering, suddenly relaxed her brows. An indescribable glory radiated from her not-so-beautiful face. It was a kind of confidence, a kind of pride. Sky Patrol City? Gu Yun, Zhu Qinghe and Pan Dongmin were all stunned. They looked at each other and there was a trace of understanding on their faces. Yes, Sky Patrol City is a bright lamp in the dark night, illuminating the battle between Shi country and Huan country. Under the brilliance of this bright lamp, we are searching for the mystery of this battle. However, we have forgotten the source of this brilliance. As long as the sword cultivator of Huan country takes down Sky Patrol City, the entire battle will fall into darkness, and we will inevitably fall into a passive state. Jiang Fian explained with a smile of exultation. But Zhu Qinghe still disagreed. He shook his head and said, it's not that we haven't discussed the Sky Patrol City before, but we always rejected it. The Sky Patrol City has never lost in any of the previous wars. Not in the past doesn't mean it won't in the future. Jiang Fian's tone was a little high-pitched, and she seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Zhu Qinghe's distrust of her. Maybe the sword cultivator has never had the means to take down Sky Patrol City in one fell swoop, so he has been delaying the battle. Pan Dongmin heard Jiang Fian's high-pitched voice and frowned slightly. There was a trace of displeasure in his eyes, but he still said, Junior brother Zhu, I remember a long time ago when you were at Floating Duckweed Mountain with your sect leader Bai Kongzi and sect leader Sun Yunzi. The sect leader of Jinghua sect, Quangtian Zhenren of the Imperial Thunder sect, received a message from our disciples, saying that the sword cultivator's ultimate goal is Sky Patrol City, right? Zhu Qinghe smiled faintly and nodded. Indeed. At this time, Quangtian Zhenren of the Imperial Thunder sect and Qian Diheng have been brooding over it. I have also reported this matter to all of you, and everyone treated it as a joke that day. Well, now it seems that we were really wrong. The one who sent this message is probably Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect, the Foundation establishment disciple who was with Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction. All of this is true. But I don't know how they got this news. This is absolutely incredible. Jiang Fian sighed. Why didn't I think of it that day? If I had set up a backup plan back then. Why not? Gu Yun raised his eyebrows. We have already left disciples to guard Sky Patrol City, and the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and Mo Sang Mountain are also in the city. Even the two nascent soul early-stage masters outside the city are keeping an eye on it. Moreover, the judgment at that time could only be regarded as unfounded and impossible. If this message was sent now, or a while ago, we would naturally understand. And we wouldn't have become a joke. What are you waiting for? Pan Dongmin had already turned around and ordered, since we feel confident, Let's quickly inform the nascent soul stage masters and mobilize the troops. Yes, and Li Zhongbao's matter. Gu Yun didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly got up. If Heping Jinren knows that just as he said this, he heard the sound of wind above the foothills. A rainbow streaked across the distance and rushed to the sky above the nine-eyed hot spring in the blink of an eye. Oh no! It's the nascent soul stage masters. Gu Yun's cultivation was the highest. He had already sensed it and hurriedly rushed out of the pavilion. Sure enough, where the rainbow landed, a nascent soul middle stage cultivator appeared. It was Yun Mingzi from the Changbai sect. At this time, Yun Mingzi's face was extremely gloomy. The sword light around his body was produced from time to time, like a dragon swimming around the surface of his body. Greetings, Martial Uncle Yun Mingzi. Gu Yun saw Yun Mingzi's expression and knew that something was wrong. He immediately asked while bowing, Martial Uncle, you came in a hurry. Could it be that Sky Patrol City has fallen into the enemy's hands? You already know the sword cultivator's intention? Yun Mingzi raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. He looks at the servant girl from head to toe and says coldly, is Ji Manda in this Hutu stronghold? Or is it Elder Wu? Naturally it's Elder Wu. The servant girl's face is slightly angry. Even if Elder Wu is more honorable than my family's Ji-man, you can't disobey Ji-man's orders. What a joke. Xiao Hua doesn't want to see Ji-man at this time. He waves his hand and says, this Xiao is going to the Dip Encore ceremony under Elder Wu's orders. If Ji-man wants to see this Xiao, please come to the Dip Encore ceremony. Impudent. The servant girl is furious. She seems to have never seen someone like Xiao Hua who doesn't put Ji-man in his eyes. Young Master Xiao. At this time, a faint voice comes from the palace behind the servant girl. Greetings to Ji-man. The guard hurriedly bows and greets, his face carrying a trace of embarrassment. It's Ji-man's dignified and irrefutable tone. Greetings to Ji-man. Xiao Hua also bows and says, forgive this junior for being rude, but this should be Zi Ming's Dip Encore ceremony. Lord Ji-man and this junior should appear at the ceremony on time. Even if Ji-man doesn't want to go, this junior can't delay. The Dip Encore ceremony is my Hutu village's most important ceremony, and it hasn't been held for many years. As Ji-man, how can this old one be delayed on such an occasion? Actually, if this old one isn't here, this Dip Encore ceremony. Hee. Ji-man says halfway, then changes the topic. However, it's still early to the Dip Encore ceremony. Just like when you went to the Netherworld Eye with Ziyi, you were able to rescue Elder Jilon and find the Netherworld bamboo in this period of time. Can't this old one ask you a few questions? Hearing Ji-man mention the Netherworld Eye, it seems to be a threat. Thinking about Zi Ming and the Dip Encore ceremony that is close at hand, Xiao Hua nods and says with a smile, since Ji-man wants to go to the ceremony with this junior in a while, this junior also hopes to listen to senior's teachings. And come in. Ji-man's voice is faint. The two of you stay here and guard. Yes. That maid fiercely glares at Xiao Hua, and the guard also helplessly stands at the side of the hall door. Xiao Hua walks into the hall and sees Ji-man standing in the middle of the hall. At this time, Ji-man is dressed in splendid clothes. There are several layers of decorations on her head like a flower crown, and there are many thumb-sized white bones around her neck. Her clothes look very complicated and there are many layers of strange patterns and tassels all over her body. Xiao Hua can't help but stare blankly at her. Young Master Xiao. Ji-man doesn't care about Xiao Hua's gaze and directly asks, which great scholar's disciple are you? Great scholar? Xiao Hua stares blankly, somewhat baffled. What's a great scholar? This junior doesn't understand? Ji-man frowns slightly and says indifferently, Young Master Xiao, since you are familiar with Zi Ming, you must have heard her mention it. This old one has a longing for the path of Confucianism, and this shaman stockade also has the legacy of Confucianism. Since there are some changes in your middle dantian, and you even asked this old one for the inheritance of Confucianism, could it be that you are not a disciple of Confucianism? Xiao Hua suddenly understands. Although he knows that Ji-man has already left the ancestral hall before he asked Elder Wu to search for the seal on his middle dantian, he also believes that even if Ji-man didn't know the secret of the seal on his middle dantian from Elder Wu, She can also know that he is asking Elder Wu for help regarding his middle dantian. From these two aspects, it is normal for Ji-man to infer that he is a Confucianism. However, Xiaohua naturally has to deny it. Ji-man misunderstands. This junior thought that I was more curious about Confucianism, and in my early years in Xi country's Jinghua city, I saw a descendant of Confucianism, especially when I heard that Ji-man has the inheritance of Confucianism, so I asked for it. As for this junior, I am a genuine disciple of Taoism. Xi country's Jinghua city? Ji-man frowns. Which great Confucian's descendant is that? Lord Ji-man, this is Junior's secret. It is not convenient to tell Senior. Xiaohua flatly refuses. The young master Xiao. Ji-man sighs. Are you still so guarded against this old woman? Senior, what are you talking about? Xiaohua says with a smile. You are the influential figure of Hutu's stronghold, second only to one person and above tens of thousands. Chapter 2937. Hutu village is the descendant of Hutu great god. Ziming, Ziyi, Ziyan and a few other juniors have inherited the bloodline of Hutu great god, and their bloodline is very pure. It is not as complicated as the bloodline of Shibai village, and it is not as chaotic as the other shaman villages. In my opinion, since Hutu village is in the hands of me and Grand Shaman, we should focus on unity and harmony. We must stick to our familial ties and overcome the most difficult obstacle in Meng Mountains. As for whether Ziming becomes Ji-man, or Ziyi becomes Grand Shaman, it doesn't matter. After all, they are the descendant of Hutu great god. Besides, Grand Shaman and Ji-man don't have much conflict. When Ji-man reached this point, she paused for a moment and continued, Ziming is wary of me because he wants power. Oh? The bloodline of Shibai village is thin? The conflict of shaman villages? Xiaohua was slightly startled. He understood what Ji-man was trying to say, but he didn't want to get involved too deeply. He frowned and asked curiously. Ji-man said coldly, if not for the thin bloodline of Hutu great god, how could Xiao Mao gain the respect of the people of Bailu village when he came to Meng Mountains? How could he gain the loyalty of Bailu village's Grand Shaman and Ji-man? Xiao Mao's arrival is really timely. It is like a drop of cold water falling into boiling oil. The chaos of Shibai village is getting more and more disorderly. To be honest with young Master Xiao, when I saw Xiao Mao, I already had the intention to kill him. With his existence, Shibai village will most likely be divided. Is this the reason why you and Grand Shaman didn't want to do anything? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and he said calmly, actually, you and Grand Shaman know about Xiao Mao's background? No. Ji-man shook her head and said, what I said to Grand Shaman is the truth. We really don't know about Xiao Mao's background. Besides, that killing intent was something I used to maintain the stability of Meng Mountains. Now that I know you are Taoist Xiao Mao, I'm afraid he was sent here by great god Shibai. Since this is the will of great god Shibai, why should I care about him? Then, Xiaohua glanced at Ji-man. He understood that this Ji-man was an old woman who placed the safety of Hutu stronghold and even Meng Mountains as her #1 priority. Perhaps she had some complaints about Ziming, but she would never act as Ziming thought and kill him ruthlessly. In fact, after knowing the truth behind Ziyan's death, she didn't resent Ziming and Xiao Mao too much. Perhaps because of Ziming's words, Xiaohua had misunderstood her. Of course, Xiaohua also knew that his understanding was only his understanding. The real truth was probably only known to the Hutu god. Following which, Xiaohua asked respectfully, with Ji-man's thoughts, what will Xiao Mao do? Oh. Do you really want to listen to this old woman's opinion? Ji-man asked curiously. Yes, please explain, senior. Xiaohua replied sincerely. It's simple. Ji-man said, if you're strong, you'll have the shaman village in your heart. If you're weak, you'll have to be independent. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua finally understood. Of course, since Venerable Wu has promised young Master Xiao, I believe he will have some discussions with Venerable Wu of Shibai stronghold. Young Master Xiao, what can you do if you wait for Venerable Wu's news? Ji-man said again. Thank you, senior. Xiaohua bowed. Then, can you be honest with this old woman now? Which family of Confucian cultivators are you? Ji-man finally asked again. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and told her about his encounter with the descendants of Zhu clan in Jinghua city. After listening to Xiao Hua's explanation, Ji-man's face was filled with desolation. It seems like it's all this old one's fault. If there's a mistake, then change it as long as there's a chance. Xiao Hua said again, don't wait until there's no chance. Even if you want to change it, you won't be able to. Good. This old one understands. This old one also thanks young Master Xiao for reminding me. Ji-man nodded and looked at the rejuvenation pill in Xiao Hua's hand. As for this pill, if Ji-man doesn't take it, how can Ziming get rid of the knot in his heart? Xiao Hua flicked his hand and the rejuvenation pill landed in front of Ji-man. Forget it. This is that girl's filial piety. How can this old one not know how to return the favor? Ji-man was a little puzzled in her heart, but the temptation of this rejuvenation pill was too great. She didn't think too much about it and took the rejuvenation pill and said with a smile, Ziming's lantern ceremony is about to begin. This old one will leave first. Ji-man, please. Xiao Hua stepped to the side and let Ji-man go first. Ji-man walked past Xiao Hua and nodded with an elegant smile. When she walked out of the hall, she turned around and said with a smile, Young Master Xiao, you have to hurry over too. Ziming has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yes, this junior understands. I will definitely not let Ji-man and Ziming wait for too long. Xiao Hua also nodded with a smile. The guards who were waiting outside the palace were a little nervous. They had been thinking about how to report to the old witch if something happened to Xiao Hua. But when they saw Xiao Hua come out safely, and even Ji-man who was walking in front of him was so amiable, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. As for the servant girl, her eyeballs were about to fall out. She understood in her heart that although Ji-man could be considered amiable and approachable, but to treat people like this, it seemed to be the first time she saw it. Although the two of them didn't understand, one of them hurriedly followed Ji-man, while the other still led Xiao Hua forward with suspicion. These two people, N plus Ji-man, seemed to not know that Xiao Hua was worried about his gains and losses. The surface of the armor looked like the soul runes that were drawn on the skin of the spirit warriors. Occasionally, a dark green beast head would appear where the tendons were. The guard handed over the skull and whispered a few words to the guard who came to greet him. Then he led the guard to Xiao Hua and said with a smile, Young Master Xiao, I can only escort you up to here. Please follow this palace guard into the ancestral shrine. Venerable Wu should be waiting inside. Thank you. Xiao Hua nodded lightly and expressed his thanks. The palace guard looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at the skull in his hand. He waved his hand, indicating Xiao Hua to follow him, then he turned around and walked away. Xiao Hua didn't say anything and walked up a few steps. Just as he followed the palace guard up the stairs, there was a burst of noise behind him. A slightly louder voice shouted, Venerable Wu of Shibai village has arrived. The steps that were originally filled with people walking up and down suddenly quieted down. Then everyone hurriedly moved to the sides of the steps. The palace guard who led Xiao Hua also stopped and moved to the side. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then followed the crowd and moved away. After standing firm, Xiao Hua turned his head to look. He heard the sound of the mountain path. Among the dozen or so burly guards wearing the same pitch-black armor as the palace guard, a thin and tall old man quickly walked over. This old man's skin was yellow and he was dressed very solemnly. On his white bearded face, there was a pair of thin and long eyes that were slightly narrowed. The old man's face was also thin and long. His thin lips were tightly shut, and the wrinkles that seemed to have been carved by a knife covered his cheeks and forehead. A kind of coldness, calmness and pressure was emitted from this old man's body. No one dared to look at him, let alone approach him. Following the old man's silent footsteps and the palace guard's heavy footsteps, everyone who passed by bowed and saluted, their faces filled with extreme respect. The old man acted as if he didn't hear this and his eyelids didn't even move, until he walked up the steps of the Ho-Tu village's ancestral temple. At this time, there were more than 10 people standing respectfully on the steps. All of the people of Ho-Tu village bowed and saluted. Even the palace guard wearing pitch-black armor raised his right arm as if he was saluting. Only Xiao Hua stood there with his arms folded, indifferently looking at the Venerable Wu. Xiao Hua was originally thin and tall, And when he stood next to the palace guard, he was half a head taller than the palace guard. Now that everyone was saluting, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Even if the venerable Wu of Shibai village didn't want to see it, he had no choice but to see it clearly. Oh, much to Xiao Hua's surprise, the venerable Wu of Shibai village made a strange sound from his throat. His narrowed eyes slightly raised and 2 balls of ghostly green light flashed out from the venerable Wu's eyes. Suddenly Xiao Hua felt his entire body was covered by a kind of ice. An incomparably heavy and extreme coldness came from his skin, and from the bottom of his heart at the same time. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. The protective golden light around his body immediately flourished, wanting to disperse the coldness. However, after the protective golden light appeared, the coldness on the surface of Xiao Hua's body seemed to be covered, and there was some faint warmth. However, the coldness in his heart became even more intense, as if it was about to freeze his blood vessels. Damn it, the venerable Wu of Shibai village indeed lives up to his reputation. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. Xiao Mao, this guy is a bit troublesome. After bitterly smiling, Xiao Hua simply didn't resist and just stood there quietly. The venerable Wu of Shibai village also seemed to be startled. He didn't expect that Xiao Hua would give up resisting when he tried just now. If it was someone else, perhaps they would have let go. After all, Xiao Hua was a junior, and this was the ancestral shrine of the Hutu village. Unfortunately, the venerable Wu of Shibai village was only startled for a moment, and then a trace of a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. An indescribable heartbeat sound came from Xiao Hua's ears. Thump, thump, thump. This heartbeat sound was extremely slow, as if there was a strange suction force. Xiao Hua felt this sound become increasingly louder, surrounding his entire body, and his own heartbeat also slowed along with this sound. The power of blood vessels. Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization, this old bastard. The instant Xiao Hua came to a realization, thump, 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 the sound in his heart suddenly sped up, and Xiao Hua suddenly felt his entire body throbbing. Moreover, at the end of his blood vessels, his entire heart seemed to be about to burst. This is bad. Xiao Hua hurriedly circulated his magic power, and just as he was about to do his best to resist, he heard a faint voice say, "Zhimin, this is just a junior cultivator of the Dao sect. Why are you willing to give up your face and make things difficult for him?" Immediately, a faint dark green brilliance flashed around Xiao Hua's body, and all the coldness and sound disappeared, returning to the previous silence. This old man naturally doesn't want to make things difficult for a junior. But there are some juniors who overestimate themselves and want to make things difficult for this old man. Jianji, don't you think this old man should let them know that the people of Meng Mountain aren't easy to bully and fool? The venerable Wu of Shibai village raised his eyes, looked at the venerable Wu of Hutu village who appeared on the stairs, and coldly snorted and said. Chapter 2939. Hiss, how can its flying speed be so fast? Seeing that the black shadow's speed had far surpassed his own, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as he was shocked. When the black shadow landed on the steps of the ancestral temple, Xiao Hua could clearly see that the black shadow was a bird beast with 4 wings on its back. Not only did this bird beast have 4 wings, but it also had 3 claws under its abdomen and chest. On top of its head there was a phoenix coronet. Damn it, I'm late again. Without waiting for this strange bird beast to stop, an old man who was as thin as a bamboo pole jumped down from the back of the bird beast. His body swayed slightly, and in the fierce wind he flashed to the side of Hutu village's elder Wu. You're Dijiang village's elder Wu, so you're naturally good at speed. Even if you're late, can't you just fly a little faster? The tall old man mocked. So, you're always late. Minghua. I have something to do this time. Dijiang village's elder Wu argued. My Meng Mountain is in such a dangerous situation today. Of course I have to rack my brains to think of a way. Minghua? Although these few elders were speaking in the language of Meng Mountain, Xiao Hua could not understand them. However, when this elder Wu uttered the words Minghua, it sounded very similar to the name Qieshio when Xiao Hua heard it. Xiao Hua could not help but shudder in his heart. Could it be? This old man is the Minghua that the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress is looking for? Xiao Hua looked at the tall elder Wu on the steps in the distance, and the white-haired elder Wu's appearance. No matter how hard he tried, he could not put him together with the Empress's peerless appearance. It was like the feeling of cow dung and fresh flowers. Then several people said a few more words and entered the ancestral temple. When the figures of several people disappeared, everyone on the steps let out a long breath and slowly moved. When Xiaohua followed the palace guard into the ancestral temple, he saw Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia, and the others standing in a corner not far from the door. Xiaohua did not need the palace guard to lead him and walked over. But just as Xiaohua took 2 steps, the palace guard behind him anxiously said, "Young Master Xiao, your position is not here." "Where is it?" Xiaohua turned around and asked curiously. The palace guard glanced at the skeleton with his sole consciousness and pointed to the top of the ancestral hall. He smiled apologetically and said, "Young Master Zhao's position is just above the 11 Grand Shaman Elders. No need, I'll just stay here." Xiaohua looked at the Taoist robe on his body and shook his head. At this moment he finally understood why so many soul warriors had been staring at him. This lowly one does not dare to disobey Elder Wu's orders. "Young Master Xiao, please proceed." How could the palace guard let him do as he pleased? "Go and tell Elder Wu," Xiaohua said indifferently, "since I have the qualifications to stand there, I can naturally stand here as well." Seeing that Xiaohua wasn't going, the palace guard could only leave and report to Elder Wu. Xiaohua ignored him and walked towards Fairy Hongxia and the others. "Big brother." Without waiting for Xiaohua to approach, Xiao Mao waved his hand with a smile. "What took you so long?" Fairy Hongxia grumbled, "We've been waiting for so long and thought that something had happened to you." "Sigh, from what the guard said, we've only just arrived." Xiaohua sighed, "However, I just met Ji-Man outside the palace." "What for?" Fairy Hongxia's face tightened as she hurriedly asked. Nothing. Xiaohua knew that everyone was like him and had some preconceived ideas about Ji-Man. He waved his hand and said, "She only asked about Ziyan and Ziming, she didn't make things difficult for me. Furthermore, this Ji-Man is really pitiful." Unfortunately, before he could finish, Fairy Hongxia said coldly, "A pitiful person must have a hateful side." This. Xiaohua was speechless. "What? Am I wrong? If not for her indulgence towards Ziyan, if not for her rejection of Ziming, would Empress Earth's stronghold have fallen to such a state?" Fairy Hongxia retorted, "Don't look at how she cares for Ziming on the surface and gives in to him and everything. She's actually retreating in order to advance. Once she catches hold of Ziming's weakness like before, she'll definitely kill Ziming." "Alright. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Xiaohua was speechless. After all, everyone had their own judgment. He only hoped that his judgment wasn't too outrageous. Ignoring Fairy Hongxia's reproach, Xiaohua looked at the entire ancestral hall. Today was different from the last time. There weren't many people in the ancestral hall today, but they were all rather old. Most of them were Wu Lao. Furthermore, these Wu Lao were divided into 3 groups, clearly separated. The first group was the Wu Lao from the 12 main strongholds. They stood in front of the statue of Empress Earth Great God, occupying a large area. Behind them was the second group, close to 200 people. These 200 people were divided into 2 groups, standing on the left and right sides of the statue. They should be the Wu Lao from the 99 upper strongholds of Empress Earth Stronghold and Shibai Stronghold. Lastly was the third group. They were also divided into 2 groups, following behind the 99 upper strongholds. Each group had about 300 people. They should be the Wu Lao from the 360 lower strongholds. Xiaohua looked around. There were many Wu Lao here and they all looked similar. He really couldn't differentiate the Wu Lao from the Bite and stronghold that he first met. Ziming doesn't seem to be in the ancestral hall? Xiaohua looked around for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Sure enough, the surroundings of the statue were empty, and there wasn't any trace of people. No, Ji-Man isn't here either? She should have come a long time ago. Ziming is the main character of tonight's lantern burning ceremony, and Ji-Man is second only to the Wu Lao in Empress Earth Village. How could she not be here? As he thought about this, Xiaohua focused his gaze on the left side of the statue, trying to find some clues. However, what he saw was still empty. Now, above the ancestral hall, the Wu Lao from the 12 main strongholds of Meng Mountain were gathered. Any one of them was in existence that Xiaohua looked up to. How could Xiaohua dare to release his Buddha's consciousness? After looking around, Xiaohua gave up and turned his gaze to the 12 Wu Lao who were whispering to each other. Among the 12 Wu Lao, other than the Wu Lao from Empress Earth Village who looked young, there were 3 others who were also abnormally young. However, these 3 people were facing Xiaohua from the side, so Xiaohua couldn't see their faces. In particular, the Wu Lao from Xianming village that Xiaohua saw outside the ancestral hall seemed to have the name Minghua. His body was really big and he was standing at the outermost area blocking the other Wu Lao. Even if Xiaohua wanted to see the faces of these Wu Lao, he couldn't. However, occasionally from the side of Wu Lao's body, Xiaohua could still see the back or side of those Wu Lao. They all seemed to look a little strange. There was even a Wu Lao who had a 3rd arm growing out from his right arm. It's really a strange phenomenon. Xiaohua blinked. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, Wu Lao Minghua raised his arm and moved away from the Wu Lao who had 3 arms. Coincidentally, the cloth that the Wu Lao was wearing on his head was suddenly lifted up. Under the cloth, a ferocious ghost face was revealed. His eyes, which looked like bloody holes, met Xiaohua's gaze. Xiaohua was shocked and all the hair on his body stood up. If he saw the ghost face on a normal day, he might not be afraid. However, the sudden appearance of the ghost face behind the Wu Lao's head and under the cloth was completely out of his expectations. Fortunately, the cloth seemed to have been brought up by the mysterious Netherfort's Elder Wu when he swayed. As the mysterious Netherfort's Elder Wu lowered his arm, the cloth fell again and covered the ghost face behind the Elder Wu's head. Furthermore, the mysterious Netherfort's Elder Wu's figure completely covered the Elder Wu. Damn it, who are these Wu Lao of Meng Mountains? Xiaohua thought to himself with lingering fear, what do these so-called 12 great gods look like? Could they all be? Thinking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. I understand now. These 12 great gods, could they be related to the ancient spirit beasts? These people in Meng Mountains are the descendants of those spirit beasts, just like how there are many cultivators with spirit beasts bloodlines in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Furthermore, doesn't Fairy Hongxia have the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix? Isn't the ancestral shrine of the Kai clan also in Meng Mountains? However, these 12 spirit beasts are too powerful. Not necessarily. They are probably similar to Fairy Hongxia's ancestor, the Ice Phoenix. Otherwise, the ancestral shrine of the Kai clan wouldn't be in Meng Mountains. Perhaps the Kai clan couldn't establish themselves in Meng Mountains, so they moved from Meng Mountains to my Dao Sec's country of Xi. What a pity. If the Kai clan was also in Meng Mountains, I would also be able to become a Fu man. Thinking of Fu man, Xiaohua's heart was moved. Where did you go? Doesn't he want to kill Xiao Mao? Now that Xiao Mao's identity is still unknown, it's the best opportunity for him to strike. Once Xiao Mao's identity is recognized by the shaman of Shibai village, what chance would he have? That's not right. I'm afraid Yu has already said something to the shaman of Shibai village? Xiaohua frowned again. Otherwise, why would the shaman have a problem with me before entering the ancestral shrine? Why would he block so many people in front of the ancestral shrine of Ho-Tu village and attack me? Was he going to attack yours truly? Or will he attack Xiao Mao? The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Looking at Xiao Mao's face, which was filled with excitement and expectation, he couldn't help but feel worried. While Xiaohua's thoughts were running wild, another hour of waiting had passed. The entire ancestral shrine was noisy. Not only were the 12 great shaman talking, but many other shaman were also whispering to each other. This Dipankara ceremony was indeed rare. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from outside the ancestral hall. The hall, which was originally quiet and noisy, immediately quieted down. Even the 12 great shaman who had gathered together to discuss hurriedly dispersed, and stood in their respective positions. Chapter 2940. Elder Wu of Hutu village turned around and floated up into the sky. He gave the crowd a glance and said, "Elders of Hutu village, welcome to Hutu village. Welcome to the rare Dipankara ceremony of Hutu village. As you all know, Hutu village hasn't held a Dipankara ceremony for several tens of thousands of years. If we follow the teachings of our ancestors, none of the G-man of Hutu village can be called G-man. Meng Mountains is the sacred mountain of the 12 great gods, and also the place where the descendants of our great gods live and reproduce. For thousands of years, countless storms have washed over Meng Mountains, but we have always stood on the peak of Meng Mountains and never backed down. In order to continue the bloodline of the 12 great gods, it is unavoidable for us to be at death's door, unavoidable for us to panic, and unavoidable for us to lose our confidence. However, we are after all the descendants of the great gods, and we are not the same as mortals. The great gods have always entrusted us with their hands. Although there is no Dipankara ceremony, the Dipankara ceremony has always existed in our hearts. Although G-Man of Hutu village is not the rightful G-Man, in the hands of the great gods, she is still the rightful G-Man. And now, under the order of the great god Hutu, the soul-falling lamp of Hutu village has been repaired. From now on, when the G-Man is confirmed, we can hold the Dipankara ceremony again. G-Man of Hutu village can now carry out the order of the great god Hutu. As Elder Wu's voice echoed out, the entire ancestral hall was boiling with excitement. Not only were the elders of Hutu village chanting in some unknown language, even the elders of Hutu village had gone crazy, as each of them was chanting the grace of the 12 great gods. Looking at the boiling scene, the young Elder Wu of Hutu village descended from the sky and began chanting in some unknown language, while his body began dancing slowly. The 11 elders of Hutu village standing behind Elder Wu dared not to be negligent. Their faces were filled with solemnity and longing, while they were chanting the same language, and their bodies were dancing together with the movements of Elder Wu of Hutu village. When the 12 elders of Hutu village moved, the other elders of Hutu village dared not to wait any longer. Their cheering stopped immediately. They began chanting in the same language. The entire ancestral hall was filled with an extremely solemn and pious voice. Strands of dark green light mixed with strands of golden light began to gather around the statue of the deity. There were even some dark green lights coming from the outside of the ancestral hall. Clearly, all of the soul warriors and natives of the Back Earth Palace were worshipping the deity statue at the same time. Not only that, but there were also some dark green lights coming from outside the ancestral hall. Clearly, all of the soul warriors and natives of the Back Earth Palace were worshipping the deity statue. At first, the light was like a small stream, but after the meal, it was like a tidal wave, filling the entire ancestral hall and covering the statue of the god. His power of faith? Xiaohua saw the green brilliance and the faint golden threads and couldn't help but guess. Xiaohua and the others couldn't hear what the old shaman of the Hutu village said earlier in the shaman language. Xiaohua wanted Xiao Mao to explain, but when he saw that Xiao Mao had the same longing expression as the other old shamans, Xiaohua swallowed his words. However, even though Xiaohua didn't understand what the old shaman of the Hutu village was saying, he could roughly guess from the old shaman's expression and the reactions of the surrounding elders of Hutu village. As time passed, the brilliance became even more numerous, as if it was real. However, the golden threads in the brilliance became fewer and fewer, almost invisible. Gugajiji. Suddenly, the old shaman of the Hutu village let out a hysterical roar and jumped up from the ground. Then the sound from his mouth changed greatly, becoming extremely loud and resounding. His body danced crazily in the air. However, the shaman language of praise in the entire hall still maintained the same rhythm as before, neither fast nor slow. As the old shaman of the Hutu village danced, a layer of blood-red light appeared around his body. This blood-red light floated from the surface of his body, just like the true blood dharma body of a disciple of a cultivation family. It gradually condensed into the image of the Hutu god in the air. This dharma body was so clear that it was as if the hair on the great god's body could be seen. Moreover, a majestic and supreme aura gradually emerged from the dharma body. Oh, the dharma body suddenly swung its snake tail and let out a roar that caused the hearts of others to tremble. At the place where this roar fell, a deep sound was immediately produced. In front of the statue of the Hutu god, more than 10 jade skeletons appeared. In the middle of these skeletons, Ziming and G-Man, who were dressed in splendid attire, also appeared. At this time, Ziming was kneeling on the ground with his hands held in front of his eyes in an extremely sincere manner. His hands were like blooming lilies as he held the soulfall lamp. G-Man from the Hutu village didn't kneel. Instead, she stood to the side with her waist slightly bent. However, her hands were also holding a small bone staff in her right hand. Xiaohua, Li Zongbao and Red Dawn Fairy stood at the back with a trace of surprise on their faces as they looked at everything in front of them. In the ancestral shrine, everyone was dancing. Many of these elders had dark skin and their clothes were also strange. If they were to be described as a group of demons dancing, it wouldn't be more appropriate. Looking at Xiao Mao, he seemed to be dancing on his own without anyone teaching him. Moreover, there was also a faint green light coming out from between his eyebrows and converging into the current in the ancestral shrine. Caw 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 caw, the Hutu village's elder Wu suddenly stopped flying, and the sound from his mouth grew louder. The Dharmakaya slowly flew toward the statue along with the seemingly solid green stream. Seeing the two extremely similar figures approaching, the Hutu village's elder Wu's body fell to the ground like a meteor, and he prostrated himself deeply in front of the statue. At the same time, all the other elders stopped dancing and prostrated themselves on the ground at the same time. Boom, a faint roar sounded and the Hutu village elder rushed into the statue of the Hutu great god. The statue of the deity instantly emitted an extremely resplendent green light. Moreover, the 7 hands behind the statue emitted a faint black aura. As soon as the green light and black gas appeared, the green light in the ancestral shrine mixed with faint golden threads rushed into the statue like a swarm of bees. The entire statue let out a strange sound. This sound was almost exactly the same as the Hutu village elder's chanting of the Hutu village elder. Woo-woo, when the green light in the ancestral shrine completely disappeared, a shrill ghost-like wail was clearly emitted from the god statue. A feeling comparable to a huge boulder pressing down on one's head instantly spread out from the god statue. Xiaohua, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xiao, who had been standing quietly and watching everything in the ancestral shrine, had no strength to resist at all in the face of this heavy pressure. They were immediately overturned and pressed down on the ground. This. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. The golden light around his body flashed chaotically. Unfortunately, whether it was his magic power or strength, it couldn't be compared to this seemingly unparalleled heavy pressure. Looking at the statue again, the Hutu village elder's Dharma body was also squeezed out and returned to the elder's body in an extremely sorry state. Furthermore, as Elder Wu's celestial body appeared, a cold, barbaric and merciless aura appeared from the deity statue. The moment this aura was released, it immediately filled the entire ancestral hall. Moreover, it was as vast as the sea of smoke as it enveloped the entire Hutu stockade. Oh, the strange thing was that Ziming and G-Man were pressed down by the heavy pressure. The soul-falling lamp in Ziming's hand flew up and a terrifying aura rushed out from the soul-falling lamp. The 3-headed black hound in the spirit treasure immediately appeared and even opened its mouth to roar. Just as Xiaohua raised his head with difficulty, the statue that was originally an inanimate object suddenly let out a cryptic, hard-to-understand and rare syllable. It seemed to be Green Seal script but also seemed to not be Green Seal script. Following this syllable, the 3-headed black hound's body immediately emitted an intense green light. A kind of heart-trembling fluctuation came from the soul-falling lamp. Pooh, it was also at this time that Ziming, who was lying on the ground, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It really landed in midair. The blood essence instantly turned into a phantom image of the Hutu great god. When the 3-headed black hound saw this phantom image, it roared again. One of the beast heads opened slightly and the phantom image entered it like a stream of light. Swoosh. Following the entrance of the phantom image, countless ghost wails and wolf howls came out from the void all around. Furthermore, countless of light and shadow rushed into the ancestral shrine from all directions. All of the flames in the entire Hutu stronghold disappeared at this moment. Chapter 2941. That aura. Does it belong to Hutu great god? Why is it so vast? What is that pressure? Is it pressure? Is human strength like an ant in front of this pressure? If all of this belongs to Hutu great god, then where is he? How did he come into this statue? In front of this aura, let alone a nascent soul cultivator, even a divinity separation cultivator or a body fusion cultivator. I'm afraid they are no match for it. If I want to fight against this aura, I have to cultivate more. Poor Xiaohua. He could only imagine a divinity separation cultivator. He didn't even know what a body fusion cultivator was. How could he compare the aura of this statue to a body fusion cultivator? Perhaps he would only know such a superficial thing after he cultivated to the body fusion level. In the ancestral shrine, whether it was the descendants of Hutu great god or the other 11 great gods, all of them were dancing with tears streaming down their faces. They had always been proud of the bloodline of the great gods. Although the Taoist cultivators looked down on them and thought that they were uncivilized barbarians, they knew very well that in terms of inheritance, they were not much worse than the Taoist cultivators. However, they had never thought about where the bloodline they were so proud of came from. Or perhaps they had thought about it before, but they had always relied on and revered this kind of power, and it was impossible for them to have a rebellious heart. It was also impossible for them to be as curious as Xiaohua and think so much, even thinking about how to resist this aura. It had to be said that sometimes, success or failure didn't lie in cultivation or talent, but in the starting point, in the vision and dreams. As a human, whether it was a mortal, a cultivator, or a swordsman, as long as they had dreams, their lives would be romantic and they would never be lonely. After a full hour, the entire ancestral shrine calmed down again. The noisy and crazy aura still lingered in the ancestral shrine. Elders. The elder Wu of Hutu village stood in front of the crowd. His ruddy face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he was extremely weak. However, what didn't match his weakness was the ecstasy and excitement in his eyes. The elder Wu waved his hand and said loudly, "Hutu great god didn't forget his people. After tens of thousands of years, he still came to Meng Mountains under our devotion. He is like this, and so are the other 11 great gods. Therefore, we should firmly believe that no matter what happens in Meng Mountains, no matter what difficulties we encounter, we will be able to face them and overcome them with ease." Then old Wu waved his hand, and the lost soul lamp that was floating in the air slowly fell into his hand. At this time, the lost soul lamp had returned to normal. It was almost exactly the same as when Xiaohua first saw it. The only difference was that the bean-like flame on the lost soul lamp was like an emerald gem, sparkling and translucent, and did not move at all. Hutu villages which elder Jianji under the oracle of Hutu god, I bestow this soul-falling lamp to the god's descendant. Ziming, let her take charge of our Hutu village's soul treasure in preparation for the position of Ji-man. Although Xiaohua couldn't understand what he was saying, Xiao Mao tactfully explained to Xiaohua and the others at the side. Boy obeys old Wu's order. Ziming drifted to Grandmaster Wu's side, knelt down on the ground, raised his hands high above his head and said respectfully, "With the soul-fall lamp as my life, I will accompany it at all times, and I will comprehend the oracle of the great god Hutu. I will keep the stability of Hutu village and the safety of Meng Mountains in my heart." Old Wu's face revealed a kind smile, and he gently placed the lost soul lamp in Ziming's hand. Ziming slowly rose to his feet, his face filled with pride and pride. Even if the rejuvenation pill is important, but if it doesn't exist today or tomorrow, who knows if it will exist in the future? As Ji-man, to obtain the rejuvenation pill, wouldn't it be harder than ascending to the heavens? This was truly a little strange. Could it be that the missing rejuvenation pill? Ji-man. Old Wu whispered, "This matter, Ji-man." Ziming was also used to modestly declining. Boy is still young, not enough to intimidate everyone, not enough to sit on the position of Ji-man. Old Wu, when Hutu great god descended just now, I was already enlightened. Forgive me for being a little willful, but I have already decided. 10 years later I will give the position of Ji-man to Ziming. Ji-man said seriously, "I will tell all the old Wu about this at Ziming's lantern ceremony. Please be my witness." 10 years. Old Wu pondered for a moment. Looking at Ji-man's expression, she didn't seem to be faking it, so he nodded slightly and said to the 11 old Wu of the shaman villages, "Everyone, although this is an internal matter of my Hutu village, since everyone is here, how about you be my witness?" "Good." The tall old Wu of Xianming village clapped his hands and praised. "Although our 12 shaman villages have always valued bloodline above all, we are all descendants of great gods. It's inevitable that there will be some conflicts and grudges when fighting for the position of old Wu and Ji-man. Ji-man's actions make me feel gratified. I will be your witness." Immediately, several people clapped their hands and cheered. Ziming would still hesitate if he were to hand over Ji-man's position to him now. After all, he wasn't able to convince the masses, and it would be difficult for him to take over the position. Who knew G-Man might even do something to him? But when he heard that G-Man would give the position of G-Man 10 years later, it was giving him time to grow his wings. Only now did Ziming know that G-Man truly wanted to return the position of G-Man to him. G-Man. Ziming called out softly. That feeling was like when she brought Xiaohua to Huai Xian Pavilion that day. That voice was like Ziming's childish voice calling out, "Boy." As he spoke, Ziming choked a little and didn't know how to continue. G-Man also smiled and nodded lightly. A ball of warmth appeared in her heart. This was a feeling she hadn't felt since Ziyan's death. Perhaps it's true? Xiaohua couldn't be sure if G-Man's abdication was related to the rejuvenation pill. When old Wu saw G-Man give the position of G-Man to Ziming in front of so many people, he was also overjoyed. He understood the conflict between Ziming and G-Man better than Xiaohua. As the saying goes, if the family is harmonious, everything will prosper. With the conflict between Ziming and G-Man, how could the Hutu village be stable? Even if Ziming couldn't directly go against G-Man, he couldn't resist the temptation of some small fries. Or even if Ziming and G-Man weren't enemies, it was obvious that many people wanted to choose their own direction. Would they follow Ziming? Or would they follow G-Man? This could easily form many undercurrents in the Hutu village. It could be said that Ziyan's death, the invasion of the demon dwellers, was also related to this conflict. Although the two of them hadn't completely reconciled, G-Man's concession had made this conflict gradually fade and disappear. It was believed that the Hutu village 10 years later would be completely different from the Hutu village today. Good, old Wu raised his eyebrows and said, "This old man thought that today was my Hutu village's double happiness. But I didn't expect it to be 3. I really have to thank Hutu great God." "Old man Jianji, what's your third happiness? Hurry up and tell me." A vulgar voice shouted, "Could it be that you have another little old Wu?" Hee hee. Old Wu of Hutu village wasn't angry. He laughed and said, "This is the third happiness? It's the biggest happiness today. Not only is it a happiness for my Hutu village, but it's also a happiness for my Meng Mountain." Old Wu of Xianming village suddenly realized something and said anxiously, "Jianji, are you talking about the Shaman King?" "Ha, that's right, that's right." Old Wu of Hutu village laughed and said, "The Shaman King summoned us and dismissed us without waiting for the result of the discussion. If it weren't for this great happiness for my Hutu village, wouldn't his God-connecting technique be useless?" "Hurry, hurry." Old Wu of Xianming village was anxious. "Jianji, hurry up and tell us the reason. I've invited great God Xianming for this matter, but I didn't expect that the root of this problem is with great God Hutu." "Everyone please wait." Old Wu nodded with a smile and said to Ziming, "Ziming, tell the seniors about the millet seed." Chapter 2942. Yes, this boy knows. Ziming gracefully rose to his feet and put away the lamp of lost soul. Then he reached his hand into his bosom and took out a storage bag. After opening it, he took out a handful of millet seeds and said, "Dear Magi, please know that these are the millet seeds sent by the great deity Hutu from the QC. They are completely different from the millet seeds we have in Meng Mountains. Not only are they not afraid of drought, they also grow very fast and can be harvested many times a year." "How is that possible?" The elder of Xianming village waved his hand and a few millet seeds fell into his hand. After taking a closer look, he still couldn't believe it and said, "These are just ordinary millet seeds. I can recognize them clearly. I've even studied them carefully for the sake of millet seeds." "Please wait a moment, Elder Wu," Ziming said with a smile. "The effect of these millet seeds has been tested by Kueha village, a subordinate of Shibai village. I'd like to ask Elder Wu to explain it to you." As he was speaking, the Elder Wu of Kueha village walked out from the crowd in a panic. He was only one of the 360 senior magi in the Shibai village, and had an extremely low social status. Normally, he didn't even have the chance to meet the senior magi of the Shibai village, not to mention meeting the senior magi of the 12 main villages. "Greetings, Grand Elder Wu. I'm Kiji." The Elder Wu of Shibai village, who didn't even mention his name when he met Xiao Mao, finally announced his name and bowed to the 12 Grand Elder Wu. "You little kid, why are you so polite? Tell me, are these millet seeds as Ziming said? The elder Wu of Xianming village waved his hand impatiently. His grand elder Wu. The elder Wu of Baiyan village said hastily, I've planted them twice and each time I've harvested a lot of millet seeds. Not only is the harvest 30% more than the previous one, the harvested millet seeds can also withstand drought and ripen early. Seeing that someone had already tried it, the other 10 grand elder Wu's faces were filled with wild joy. Only the elder Wu of Shibai village had a gloomy expression. Ziming, is this a storage bag? The elder Wu, who had 3 arms and a face hidden behind a square cloth, was stunned when he saw the storage bag in Ziming's hand. That's right, Grand Magus Elder. Ziming said with a smile, how can the people of Meng Mountains travel to QC so easily? It was sent here by the Dao sect cultivators under the guidance of the Hutu Great God. A Dao sect cultivator? Everyone in the ancestral shrine focused their gazes on Xiao Hua's group. At this moment, they also understood why there were several Dao sect cultivators in the ancestral shrine of the Empress Earth Stockade. Young Master Xiao, please come over. Ziming's clear voice rang out. Following Xiao Mao's analysis, Xiao Hua saw that everyone was looking at him, and Ziming had called out to him. Xiao Hua knew that it was time for him and the others to go on stage. Therefore Xiao Hua nodded at Xiao Mao, and under Xiao Mao's lead, they walked out of the crowd of shamans and came to the front of the statue of Hutu God. Taiyan village's elder Wu was also in front. When he saw Xiao Mao walk past him, his face flushed red. He wanted to open his mouth to call out, but he didn't dare. How could Xiao Mao not know what he was thinking? He only nodded slightly at him with a smile on his lips. This smile immediately put Taiyan village's elder Wu at ease. Junior Xiao Hua of the country of Xi's Imperial Thunder Sect greets all the seniors. Xiao Hua was the first to bow, and Xiao Mao and the others followed suit. Many of the shamans nodded slightly and didn't pay much attention to him. However, Xianming village's elder Wu asked in the language of the Dao sect in disbelief, You found this grain? This one and this one's junior brother Xiao Mao found it together. Xiao Hua corrected. Where did you find it? QC, of course. Xiao Hua said with a smile, It's just that it's a barren island. Junior brother and I encountered a storm. If we were to find it again now, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Why did you come to Meng Mountains? Junior is here to gain experience. Xiao Hua was still neither haughty nor humble, but I didn't expect, under the arrangement of Hutu Great God, I'm here to deliver the grain seed to the people of Meng Mountains. Jianji, you're here to deliver the grain seed on behalf of Hutu Great God, so you're Hutu Great God's messenger. Shebi village's elder Wu said coldly, but when will this Dao sect cultivator become the messenger of Meng Mountain's Great God? Jamin, Hutu village's elder Wu's expression changed, which was rare for him, and he said faintly, I only said that Xiao Hua is here to deliver the grain seed, but I never said he's the messenger of Hutu Great God. The grain seed is far away in the QC and the people of Meng Mountains rarely go there. That's why Hutu Great God sent a Dao sect cultivator here. What's wrong with that? Besides, even if Hutu Great God sent Xiao Hua as her messenger, I won't doubt it. Oh. Before Shebi village's elder Wu could speak, another young shaman asked curiously, What do you mean? You must know about the sacred beast that descended from the sky a few dozen years ago, right? Hutu village's elder Wu said faintly. Oh, that's right. Where's the sacred beast of your Hutu village? Only now did many shaman elders remember, and they all looked at the table in front of Hutu Great God's statue. That sacred beast is Xiao Hua's soul beast. Hutu village's elder Wu said, Xiao Hua came here to train himself in order to find his soul beast. Tell me, if Hutu Great God didn't send him here, why did his soul beast come to Meng Mountain's Hutu village before him? Hearing elder Wu's words, Xiao Hua also took out Blackie. Blackie was obediently lying in his hand, and its eyes were hazy with sleep. Hiss, many grand shaman elders of shaman villages gasped. They had seen Blackie before and they knew that it was not an ordinary soul beast. But this strange creature was actually in Xiao Hua's hand, and it was so intimate with him. Even if Xiao Hua was the messenger of Hutu Great God, who could refute that? A thoughtful look appeared in the eyes of several shaman elders. Of course, Xiao Hua is a cultivator of Taoist sect, and he has never said that he is the messenger of Hutu Great God. He came here only to take away his soul beast and leave behind the seed that Hutu Great God entrusted to him, to help the people of Meng Mountains get through this crisis. That is all. Hutu Village's elder Wu looked at the crowd and added, "Do we not need to pay any price?" Hutu Village's elder Wu asked. Xiaohua smiled. Without waiting for Hutu Village's elder Wu to answer, he said, "There is no need to pay any price. This seed is given to the people of Meng Mountains by Hutu Great God, and it is not ours. Why should we pay any price?" "All right." Hutu Village's elder Wu nodded, then turned to Hutu Village's elder Wu and said, "Jianji, since Xiaohua has said so, this old man will not be polite. But there are so few seeds, I'm afraid it will not be easy to distribute them." "You don't need to worry about that," Hutu Village's elder Wu said with a smile. "Since he is sent by Hutu Great God, how could he not consider it thoroughly?" "Hee hee." Ziming also laughed. He extended his hand and took out 5 more storage bags from his bosom. "So many." Hutu Village's elder Wu's eyes flashed with joy. "I have more here." Hutu Village's G-man also walked over and took out 6 more storage bags. Hutu Village's elder Wu said with a smile, "Hutu Great God sent us 12 storage bags, and each of our 12 main villages will get one. Although there are other shaman villages in Wu Meng that do not have one, our 12 main villages will distribute these seeds first. After a year and a half, we will distribute them in Wu Meng." "All right." All the shamans were overjoyed and their gazes fell on the storage bags. "The shamans of Hutu Village and Shebi Village are all here. After a while we will distribute them carefully. The other shamans can take a storage bag and distribute them yourselves," G-man said with a smile on the side. Hearing this, the shamans did not stand on ceremony. They each took a storage bag and opened it to take a look. Their eyes were filled with satisfaction. After all, Xiaohua had left a lot of seeds in these storage bags. Although they could not solve all the disasters in Meng Mountains in one go, it would not be a problem for 5 to 6 years. In the eyes of these great shaman elders, 5 to 6 years was just a blink of an eye. "Genji, thank you so much." A shaman elder with a blue face said, "The people of Russia Village will remember the kindness of Hutu Village." "Don't be so polite." Hutu Village's elder Wu said with a smile, "We are all descendants of the 12 great gods. We should support each other. If you really want to thank, you can thank these 2 little friends from Dao sect. They came from Meng Mountains and suffered a lot in Sword Domain." Xiaohua wanted to put on a smile and humbly decline. Unfortunately, after the shaman elder glanced at him and Xiao Mao, he only nodded slightly. Although there was no arrogance on his face and no disdain in his eyes, it was obvious that they were nothing in the eyes of these great shaman elders. "If that's the case, I'll take my leave first." The shaman elder with a blue face moved his gaze away from Xiaohua and Xiao Mao, nodded at the Hutu Village's elder Wu and said lightly. A hint of helplessness appeared in the eyes of Hutu Village's elder Wu. He valued Xiaohua very much, but he couldn't ask the other shaman elders from the other 11 shaman villages to have the same opinion as him. Xiaohua's status might not be any worse than his, so he couldn't force him. "All right." Hutu Village's elder Wu nodded and said with a smile, "Meng Mountains are now full of mourning. The earlier we leave, the earlier we can make plans. Wait." Right at this moment, Shebi Village's elder Wu opened his mouth and said with a strange expression, "Jianji, some things are better said in front of all the shaman elders. Since they are all here, why don't you tell them about him?" After saying that, Shebi Village's elder Wu looked at Xiao Mao and even pointed at him with his finger. "Shamin, this is the business of your Shebi Village and Hutu Village. It has nothing to do with us." The tall and burly Xianming Village's elder Wu smiled and said, "You should solve it yourselves." In fact, when Ziming pointed out Hebi Village's elder Wu, all the great shaman elders had realized something. If Hutu Village wanted to test these millet seeds, they would definitely choose the shaman villages under Hutu Village's command. It was impossible for them to look for the shaman villages under Shebi Village. Besides, Shebi Village's elder Wu had attacked Xiaohua before he even entered the ancestral temple of Hutu Village. There must be something fishy about this. These shaman elders didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the 2 villages. Chapter 2943. Shamin, it's better for me to talk to you in private. Elder Wu from Hutu Village didn't want to reveal Xiao Mao's incident to the public. After all, he wasn't sure what had happened in Shibai village. We, the 12 shaman villages, have always shared weal and woe, and there's nothing that we can't talk about. Elder Wu from Shibai village said indifferently, but you, Hutu village, are using a Dao sect cultivator to threaten me with this seed? I'd like to ask Jianji, why is Hutu village so interested in the internal affairs of Shibai village when even the shaman king can't interfere with our internal affairs? Hehe, Jamin, so that's what you're thinking. Elder Wu from Hutu village sneered, I wanted to help you, but since you've misunderstood me, I have no choice but to be frank with you. Hutu village's Elder Wu was depressed. Unlike Hutu village, Shibai village didn't have as many descendants as Hutu village. The bloodline in the village was getting thinner day by day, and many factions had formed in the village. Although Elder Wu didn't care too much about it, he was still scratching his head. Especially this time, the drought in Meng Mountains was very serious, and because of it, various factions had taken action. Not only were the conflicts increasing, but the methods they used were also more severe. When Elder Wu from Shibai village returned from the Shaman King's place, he immediately heard that something was wrong with Baili village. To his surprise, someone with the purest bloodline of great god Shibai had appeared in Shibai village, and this person was a Dao sect cultivator. When he heard that this person was with Ziming from Hutu village, Elder Wu was infuriated for no reason, thinking that Hutu village was trying to encroach on his Shibai village. But today he saw Elder Wu from Hutu village take out the seed that could save lives, and this seed. Elder Wu from Baili village didn't report it to him in time. Obviously, he had been instructed by Elder Wu from Hutu village to launch an attack and threaten him with this seed. That was why he couldn't help but jump up in anger. Genji, let these kids go first. Elder Wu from Baili village glanced at them and said indifferently. His face had turned blue. Alright. Elder Wu from Hutu village nodded. Then he turned and said, G-Man Ziming, bring Hutu village and Hutu village to Hutu village's Hutu village and distribute the seed. In addition, let Changji tell them about the things they should pay attention to and how to sow the seeds. The grains of our Meng Mountains have always been nurtured by nature. They might not even know how to sow them. I know. G-Man nodded, then slowly walked out of the ancestral hall with the hundreds of senior magi. Where are these cultivators? A young magus asked. This is a matter of Meng Mountain. Although they don't understand magus language, they shouldn't stay here. Senior Marshal Brother Li and Senior Marshal Sister Hong Xia can leave, but my big brother can't leave. Facing the 11 elders, Xiao Mao felt weak in his heart and hurriedly argued. Oh? When the Xianming village's Elder Wu heard Xiao Mao's sorcerer language, his eyes lit up. He looked at the Shebi village's Elder Wu strangely, and the others also understood. Shibai village's Elder Wu's face was terrifyingly dark. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Hutu village's Elder Wu. It was clear that he had placed all the blame on Hutu village's Elder Wu. After Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao left, the entire ancestral hall fell into silence. No one said a word. Genji, don't you want to explain something to me? Finally, Shebi village's Elder Wu spoke. I don't want to explain anything. Hutu village's Elder Wu said calmly, look at this young man's face and see if you have any impression of him. I've never seen him before. Shebi village's Elder Wu answered firmly. What about someone who looks like him? Or his ancestor? Hutu village's Elder Wu frowned. What are you trying to say? Genji. Shebi village's Elder Wu said coldly, do you think he's a descendant of some senior magus of our Shebi village? Shebi village's Elder Wu emphasized the word think. Poor Xiao Hua, he couldn't understand a single word. Xiao Mao's face was filled with fear and he didn't dare to say anything else. Isn't he a descendant of your Shebi village? Hutu village's Elder Wu was getting anxious. Didn't you hear his magus language? If he's not the descendant of great god Shebi, how could he speak so fluently? What I heard. Speaking up to hear, Elder Wu glanced at Xiao Mao and transmitted his voice to Shebi village's Elder Wu. Although the 10 great magus elders were standing there, their gazes were either looking at the storage pouch or the statue of great god Hutu. It was as if their minds weren't here. Hearing Elder Wu's transmission, Shebi village's Elder Wu's face turned red and he retorted. Hutu village's Elder Wu laughed. Looks like I've made a mistake. I thought I was that person. However, if he's not that person, he must be related to your Shebi village. There are many people related to my Shebi village. Shebi village's elder Wu snorted coldly. But someone with such a pure bloodline. I'm afraid he's the only one, right? Hutu village's elder Wu advised. Now your Shebi village is really in a mess. Sword cultivators and cultivators are all acting like your own sword domain. What about the message I sent you last time? How is it? Is it true? Shebi village's elder Wu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, it's true and it's even spreading. I've killed over 20,000 people. I have to thank you for this. Over 20,000 people? Hutu village's elder Wu was dumbfounded. I didn't get that much information, did I? If they are all my people. I can kill as many as I want. Until now I'm still confused. Shamin, can't you see through such a simple thing? A young elder Wu with a red face sneered. If I'm not mistaken, this kid's mother must be an unknown girl in your Shebi village. Even you didn't pay attention to her. And this kid's father should also be a swordsman. Although this kid doesn't know Yiyu, he looks exactly like his father. That's why Yiyu was able to recognize this kid's origin with just a glance. But why did Yiyu want to kill this kid? I'm afraid that this kid's father has some secret with Yiyu? Oh? Then why is Yiyu so hostile towards you? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Xiao Mao explained the whole story with a smile. Yiyu is just gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Little brother is just here to find out where he came from. How could he possibly threaten his position? On the contrary, because of him jumping up and down, he revealed the plan of the swordsman to Shebi village's elder Wu. I'm sure elder Wu will do something about it, right? That's strange. If it's like what you said, even if your mother knows the language of shamans, it's impossible. Xiao Hua was sharp enough to think of this. Xiao Mao shook his head slightly. Big brother. It's already like this. Little brother is already very satisfied. How could the elder Wu not know about what big brother knows? Since they don't want to tell me, why should I ask? Sai Xiao Mao is right. The Hutu stronghold's elder Wu said, the development of this matter has exceeded my expectations. The secrets of this matter are too deeply hidden. The identity of Xiao Mao's mother is a problem. The identity of Xiao Mao's father is also a problem. If we continue to investigate, that would be the matter of Shebi village. Judging from Jamin's reaction, he might not pay attention to it. After all, the disaster in Meng Mountains is the most serious. He can only think about other things after overcoming this crisis, right? Senior little brother thanks you. Recalling what he saw just now, Xiao Mao knew that if it wasn't for Elder Wu from Hutu village's recommendation, he wouldn't have been able to meet the Elder Wu from 11 Shaman village, and it would be even more impossible for him to learn about his background from Elder Wu from Shebi village. Especially according to what Patriarch Wu of Shebi Stronghold said, this might be a shameful incident of Shebi Stronghold. If he went to Shebi Stronghold recklessly, he would offend this Patriarch Wu and G-Man of Shebi Stronghold. Perhaps before he could even get close to Shebi Stronghold, he would be killed in Meng Mountains. Therefore Xiao Mao bowed and thanked Elder Wu sincerely. It's all right. Elder Wu from Shebi village waved his hand and said, not to mention that little brother Xiao is your big brother. Just the fact that you have the bloodline of Meng Mountains in your veins is enough for me to lend you a hand. Senior, that Elder Wu from Bai In village will be fine, right? Xiao Mao had a good impression of Bai In village's Elder Wu, so he asked. Nothing will happen. Elder Wu said with a smile. Changji pledged his loyalty to you because of your bloodline, not because of you. In Meng Mountains, pledging loyalty to a descendant of a great god is very normal, so Jamin won't punish Changji too much. Besides, Changji is very experienced in planting millet seeds. I think Jamin wants Changji to teach him how to plant them, right? After saying that, Elder Wu looked at Xiao Hua and asked, little brother Xiao, aren't you going to Wu Meng? Xiao Hua knew that this was Elder Wu's concern. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, let's wait a little longer. Not to mention that I haven't passed the obstacle of Meng Mountains, it's not appropriate for me to go there now. Even senior brother Li of the younger generation was eager to return home. I still have to escort them through Huan country and return to Shi country. Alright. Seeing that Xiao Hua had made up his mind, Elder Wu nodded. If you are going there, you will have to pass by my Hutu village. Other elders don't care about this, but I still recognize your kindness. Just come. I understand. Xiao Hua recalled the coldness of the 10 great elders and said with a smile, if I didn't come to Hutu village to find you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know where Wu Meng is. Isn't there? Elder Wu was stunned, thinking that Xiao Hua didn't know there was a route in the Witch King token. Big Brother has always been bad at directions. Xiao Mao laughed, if you let him find it himself he will never find it. So that's how it is. Elder Wu also laughed and waved his hand, let's go and see how the millet seeds are distributed. Once I'm done with the matters in the village, I'll personally send you off from Meng Mountains. Oh, that won't do. I'm really scared. Xiao Hua knew that Elder Wu had a noble status and wouldn't leave the witch village easily. How could he let him personally send him off? Little brother Xiao, don't be so polite. While walking, Venerable Wu said, you've done a lot for Meng Mountains. If I don't even send you off, wouldn't that make the cultivators of Dao sect laugh at the people of Meng Mountains for not being civilized? Alright. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Yi Yu. Who knew what kind of tricks this guy would play on his way back? Of course he wasn't afraid of leaving Meng Mountains, but within Meng Mountains, it was better to have Elder Wu accompany him. When the three of them came out, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were already waiting outside. They didn't ask anything and followed the three of them to Hutu Palace. Great Elder Wu. Shaoji Elder Wu said with great respect, what orders do you have? Jimin wants you to bring the millet seed from Shibai and Stronghold to him. You have to be careful. You have to know what you can and can't say. Hutu Stronghold's Elder Wu ordered. I understand. Tian Stronghold's Elder Wu bowed and said, I'll go get the millet seed right now and rush to Shibai and Stronghold. Oh right. Xiao Mao suddenly thought of something and whispered, Big Brother, where are the 3 treasures from Bai and Stronghold? You should return them to them. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao and rolled his eyes. When have you ever seen Big Brother take back something that has fallen into his hands? Don't even think about it. Then, alright. What else could Xiao Mao say? Thinking of the benefits that Xiao Hua brought to Bide and Stronghold, these spirit treasures could be considered as a price. Big Brother has no use for this thing. If you want to return it to him, then return it to him. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and stuffed the bone case of the bone snake into Xiao Mao's hands. Xiao Mao took it and smiled bitterly, they gave us 3 and now I'm giving them 1. What's the meaning of this? I might as well not return it. If you don't want to return it, then keep it for yourself. This is a bone snake spirit treasure. It seems to be related to the snake on God Shibai's ear. It might be useful when you have the power of blood meridians. Xiao Hua smiled and whispered. It was not convenient for Xiao Mao to open it now, so he kept it in his storage bag. Looking at the noisy Hutu Hall, Xiao Hua said to Hutu Hall's Elder Wu, Senior, it seems that the matter here will not be settled in a short time. Junior and the others will return first. Wait until Senior has nothing to worry about, then we'll bid farewell. Alright. Elder Wu nodded and ordered the guards in the hall to send the 4 of them back to the quiet room. Once they arrived at the quiet room, Fairy Hongxia said anxiously, Darling Xiao, the millet seed has been delivered, and Ziming has lit up the soul-falling lamp. The matter of Million Meng Mountains should have nothing to do with us, right? Let's hurry back, shall we? Let's not talk about the result of the Dao Sword War. It's about Elder Sister's life and death. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. As she spoke, Fairy Hongxia turned to look at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao had not spoken for a long time. Ever since he found out that Kai Zhuoxiao might still be alive, he seemed to have lost his soul. Every day he followed Xiao Mao and the rest in a daze, not saying a word, not doing anything. Xiao Hua understood Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao's anxiety. He told them about his worries and said, It's easy for us to enter Million Meng Mountains. No one knows about it. But turning back here will be troublesome. Almost all the elders have seen us before. They might not have any thoughts, but what about their subordinates? What about those swordsmen with ulterior motives? Huan country is a big place and there are thousands of ways for us to return to Shi country. Once we get to the Sword Catacomb we can still make plans. But from Million Meng Mountains we can only go through Drifting Cloud Lake. If the Elder Wu or Ziming of Hutu Stronghold sent us off, wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble? It's just a matter of 10 days or dozens of days. If Shuxia is still alive she wouldn't mind waiting a few days, right? Fairy Hongxia knew what Xiaohua said made sense, so she sat down with her legs crossed. She wanted to meditate, but the worry in her heart was still the same as before. She couldn't calm her mind. Fairy Hongxia opened her eyes and looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was sitting there quietly as if he had already started meditating. Sigh. Fairy Hongxia sighed, feeling a little disappointed. She really didn't like being in Hutu Stronghold. Everything was out of her control, especially when she was facing the 12 elders of Hutu Stronghold. That feeling of disgust and fear came from the bottom of her heart. Although Xiaohua looked like he was meditating with his eyes closed, his mind had already entered the mysterious Heaven Ring of Aura. The Heaven Ring of Aura had undergone a huge change. It was no longer empty and boundless like before. The 49 green seal characters were flashing with a brilliant green light flying everywhere. As the light of these green seal characters changed, not only did 49 voices come out from the Heaven Ring of Aura, but all kinds of illusions also appeared in the light. These illusions were either mountains, rivers, flowers, or the starry sky. In short, there were so many of them. Everything in the Heaven Ring of Aura looked very pleasing. But Xiaohua was extremely distressed. Yes, Xiaohua already had the foundation of comprehending these 49 green seal characters. He was able to pronounce them in a short period of time. But the last green seal character had been there for a long time. No matter what, Xiaohua couldn't pronounce it correctly. The primordial spirit had already written the green seal character for the 9th time in front of Xiaohua's mind. But the green light only flickered slightly before disappearing. The green seal character didn't even make a single sound. That's strange. Everything is correct. Xiaohua was bewildered. Why is it that the other 49 green seal characters are so easily produced, but the last one is so easy to pronounce? Damn it, this young master doesn't believe. Xiaohua didn't have anything else to do at this time, so he used all his strength. He waved his soul strands again and again trying to pronounce the words. Xiaohua of the Back Earth Stockade was currently meditating. This meditation lasted for 9 days. In these 9 days, Xiaohua was completely engrossed in the Heaven Ring of Aura's final green seal character. But he didn't make any progress. On this day, Xiaohua exited the Heaven Ring of Aura with extreme helplessness. His heart was somewhat depressed because Ziming had come. The moment she saw Xiaohua, the originally reserved and dignified Ziming quickened her pace and approached him. With a trace of reluctance in her voice, she said, "Young Master Xiao." Fairy Hongxia naturally came out of her meditation as well. Seeing Ziming's expression, she was unhappy and hurriedly said, "Miss Ziming, how should we address you now? Can we address you as G-Man?" Hearing Fairy Hongxia's reminder, Ziming's face dimmed, and his cheerful steps became heavy. When he was a few feet away from Xiaohua, he stopped and turned to look at Fairy Hongxia, saying, "Little sister Hongxia, this concubine has only lit up the soul-falling lamp, and has the qualifications to inherit G-Man. Even if G-Man personally agreed to give up G-Man's position 10 years later, that is still a matter for the future. This concubine is the same as before. You can call me whatever you want." "Hehe, that's good," Fairy Hongxia said with a smile. "This way I and the rest don't have to pay respects to Miss Ziming." Hearing Fairy Hongxia use the word "ig" to remind her of the difference between her and Xiaohua, Ziming felt even more sad. But this expression lingered on her face for a moment, and disappeared when it was seen by Xiaohua. "Young Master Xiao, young Master Li." Ziming bit her lips and said, "Elder Wu has already finished dealing with the matters in the stockade. He has just ordered that the 4 of you will be sent out of Meng Mountains in 3 days. After all, in the Netherworld path, in that dark and special environment, Ziming, who had always been strong, rarely revealed a trace of his heart to Xiaohua. With their fingers intertwined, how could Ziming treat Xiaohua as an ordinary person? Unfortunately, the two of them had different identities and experiences. Xiaohua still had a long way to go, and the responsibility on her shoulders was also very heavy. As the saying goes, fate makes fools of people. Perhaps Ziming could only find a position between lover and acquaintance. With such thoughts in mind, Ziming was filled with mixed feelings towards Fairy Hongxia's sensitive senses. Then many thanks, Miss Ziming. Fairy Hongxia dragged her voice and did not wait for Xiaohua to speak. Rubbish, this was the future G-man of Hotu stronghold. Other than beauty, Fairy Hongxia could not compare to her in any other aspect. That sense of danger filled Fairy Hongxia's heart. Also, facing Fairy Hongxia's pressure, Ziming retreated slightly. Looking at Xiaohua, who had not spoken, she said softly, "Young Master Xiao, G-man asked me to give you something." However, before Ziming could take out G-man's gift, Fairy Hongxia, who was at the side, said in a sharp tone, why is there only darling Zhao's? There's nothing for us?" Fairy Hongxia's emphasis on Xiaohua was very heavy. "If sister can take out a spring return pill, you will naturally receive G-man's generous gift," Ziming said indifferently, as though she was starting to retaliate. You gave the spring return pill to G-man?" Fairy Hongxia was curious. Looking at the silent Xiaohua and then at the grateful Ziming, then if G-man stays young forever, wouldn't Ziming? But at this point Fairy Hongxia stopped. Obviously she had understood the cause and effect of this matter. "This concubine. Sometimes my precautions are too much. This is this concubine's fault, and also the fault of coveting power." Ziming bit her lips and said softly, "During the Dipankura ceremony, G-man made an unimaginable concession." This concubine then understood. After many days of reflection, this concubine finally understood young Master Zhao's painstaking efforts. But what is this rejuvenation pill? This concubine being able to ask for 4 was already unexpected. How could I dare to ask for half more? Moreover, this concubine also hesitated on whether to give this rejuvenation pill to G-man or not. "Haha, this Xiao knew that you would have such thoughts, so I did it for you," Xiaohua said again. This Xiao was also somewhat hesitant that day, afraid that you would blame this Xiao, afraid that I would do something wrong. Moreover, now that I think about it, perhaps G-man thought that this rejuvenation pill was given by Ziming at that time, but after that, she might have understood. Since she still made the decision at the Dipankura ceremony, then, she must have the same thoughts as Miss Ziming, and did not want to disregard the safety of Empress Tu village. This concubine does not dare. Ziming pursed her lips and said with a smile, "This rejuvenation pill was originally young Master Zhao's. How to deal with it naturally depends on young Master Xiao. In fact, just as young Master Xiao said, G-man has the inheritance of Confucian cultivators, and also admires the freedom of reading 10,000 books and traveling 1,000 miles. Now this concubine has a heavy responsibility. 10 years later she may go to the depths of Wu Meng, or perhaps go beyond Meng Mountains to find the truth of the destruction of Confucian cultivators." Cough cough, Fairy Hongxia could not help but cough. "In that case, Miss Ziming and G-man's wishes have been fulfilled. I really have to congratulate you." "Oh, that's right, Miss Ziming's 5th rejuvenation pill. When this Xiao has the opportunity to refine it, I will definitely refine it." Xiaohua glanced at Fairy Hongxia and said, "Of course, if this Xiao has no time, I will ask Xiao Mao to send it over." Chapter 2947. "Thank you, young Master Xiao." Ziming's eyes flashed with gloom as she said, "There's no need to rush the 5th rejuvenation pill. This concubine may not be able to use it in this lifetime." Xiaohua comforted her. "Now that young Miss Ziming has ignited the soul lamp, you can carefully comprehend the mysteries within it. With young Miss Ziming's painstaking efforts, you will surely be able to move heaven and earth. You will surely be able to attract the pity of the great deity Hutu. Zai's resurrection may not be impossible." Ziming smiled and said, "Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your auspicious words. If Zai is alive, he will surely understand young Master's sincerity." At this moment Li Zongbao, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke, "Junior brother Xiao, you gave G-man the rejuvenation pill for some other reason, right?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked at Ziming and the others who were puzzled. He revealed a bitter smile and said, "Senior brother Li is right. However, this little brother is the same as Ziming. Only after giving the rejuvenation pill did I realize that since G-Man was so happy to see the rejuvenation pill and even accepted Ziming's sincerity, that means G-Man didn't get the rejuvenation pill from Ziyan. So where did Master Enchanting's rejuvenation pill go? Sure enough, Ziming frowned and said, "You are right, young Master Shao. I have the same question. My previous methods were too. I killed many of Ziyan's subordinates. Not many soul warriors have returned. I have asked around and they did not go to the soul refining cave. Of course, it is normal that they did not go. Ziyan is very careful in his actions. Even if he wanted to kill me or Master Enchanting, he would not let his subordinates know. He could do it with just a few divine guards. Although the rejuvenation pill is not in G-Man's hands, it does not mean that Ziyan did not kill Master Enchanting. Perhaps the rejuvenation pill was lost in the process of being sent to Hutu's stronghold. But obviously there was only one possibility. Not to mention that Ziming's subordinates would give the rejuvenation pill to Ziming, Ziyan's subordinates would not dare to keep it for themselves. Or perhaps the demonic person used the rejuvenation pill for some other purpose. Li Zongbao whispered. Didn't Elder Wu search Ziyan's soul after he was possessed by the demonic person? Fairy Hong Xia asked curiously. Miss Ziming didn't ask Elder Wu about it. Soul searching isn't omnipotent. Ziming shook her head. I've asked Elder Wu, but Elder Wu didn't get this information from the devil cultivator's soul. Xiaohua's heart moved as he said, or perhaps Ziyan really didn't go to kill Master Hua Qin? Was it done by someone else? But this 6. What does it mean? Ziming obviously couldn't figure it out. Forget it. There are no absolute secrets in this world. Sooner or later there will be clues. When Xiaohua thought about Master Qin Qin's arrangements and Master Qin Qin's so-called last words, he felt that this matter was even more strange. Just saying that it was confusing was not enough to describe how strange it was. He could only support his forehead with his hand. Hee hee, young Master Shao, I'm afraid you're thinking about G-Man's things, aren't you? Ziming blinked his eyes slyly when he heard this. But just as she finished blinking, she felt a little regretful in her heart. Fairy Hong Xia was obviously here. Why would she do such a thing for no reason? Speaking of which, Ziming's thoughts were quite normal. She was the next G-Man of Hutu's stronghold. She was second only to the two of them, and her status was incomparably noble. Usually, other than the twin Midnight, who else had seen her smile before? It was also this Xiaohua who gave Ziming a sense of security and magnanimity. In front of him, Ziming could do things without any pressure, without any burden. With Venerable Wu's status and his solemn warning, Venerable Wu would definitely not tell a second person about the seal on his body. Perhaps only the word perfunctory could describe G-Man's intention in giving this jade slip. However, when Xiaohua looked at it a few more times, a trace of pleasant surprise actually appeared on his face. Because the last few sentences were written by G-Man, it explained the origin of this tortoise shell. Although it was only a few sentences, it truly moved the greedy Xiaohua. As it turned out, this damaged tortoise shell was called Ji-Ding, and it was a legendary item in the Confucian cultivator inheritance. There were a total of 9 such damaged tortoise shells, namely Ji-Ding, Yen-Ding, Qing-Ding, Su-Ding, Yang-Ding, Jing-Ding, Liang-Ding, Yong-Ding, and Yu-Ding. After gathering all 9 of these damaged tortoise shells, one could piece them together into a complete tortoise shell, and this complete tortoise shell had an even more resounding name, Heavenly Book and River Diagram. As for the use of this Heavenly Book and River Diagram, G-Man only used one word to describe it: flesh sanctification. After reading to the end, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with joy, but his heart suddenly turned cold. This so-called sanctification of the flesh was simply too massive. Xiaohua, who had experienced many life and death situations, did not believe that a Heavenly Book and River Diagram could allow one to reach the heavens in a single step. Moreover, if the Confucian cultivators had such a miraculous treasure, how could they have been completely annihilated by the Tao sect? The most important thing was that if Xiaohua had such an arrogant treasure, how could he give it to someone else? Even if he could not find the other 8 tortoise shells, he would definitely keep this Ji-Ding in his space and be secretly happy, right? Chapter 2948. G-Man. Ah, G-Man. Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. What are you thinking? Do you want to give me something? If you don't want to, then don't give me anything. Why do you want to use these boring things to trick me? But at this time Xiaohua saw the somewhat nervous Ziming in front of him. His mind lit up and he suddenly saw the light. Sigh, I finally understand. It doesn't matter what G-Man gives me. She just wants me to know that she already knew that the rejuvenation pill was given by me and not Ziming. Furthermore, she also used this opportunity to explain the matter between Ziming and herself. She eliminated the last of her grudges with Ziming. She even warned me not to have any ideas about the Hutu Stockade's Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua smiled in his heart. Of course G-Man is G-Man. The things she gives can't be too degrading. Such a flashy but impractical treasure of legends was exactly in line with her identity. As for the so-called heavenly book and river diagram, G-Man herself doesn't believe it. Xiaohua immediately kept the two items and said to Ziming with a smile, Does G-Man have anything else to say to this, Xiao? Nothing. Ziming shook his head slightly. But after thinking for a while he said, G-Man seems to have muttered, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment, right? It's similar to what I said to Xiao Mao earlier. Then I ask Miss Ziming to thank G-Man on my behalf. I understand her intentions. Many thanks for her generous gift. As Xiaohua spoke he bowed towards Ziming in greeting. Ziming knew that this gift was given to G-Man by Xiaohua, so he accepted it. At the same time he said seriously, I will pass on young master's thanks to G-Man. Then Ziming looked at Fairy Hongxiao who still had some hostility inside in his heart. He bowed and bade farewell to the four people. When he walked out of the quiet room he couldn't help but look back at Xiaohua. That look was enough to erase all the sceneries of the mortal world. That look of resentment was also enough to express all the thoughts in Ziming's heart. That heavy gaze, the expression imprinted in Xiaohua's eyes was enough to freeze the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, all the enough was only for an instant. Ziming had no choice but to shift his gaze away from that person's eyes. Her figure remained the same, her steps remained the same, and everything in the world remained the same. Seeing Ziming's figure turn around and gradually disappear through the hall door, Fairy Hongxiao looked at Xiaohua who was still looking up. She originally wanted to say a few words of ridicule, but after today who knew what their fates would be like? Who knew when they would meet again? She also sighed in her heart and didn't say anything else. She found a corner to sit down and closed her eyes to meditate. Sure enough, 3 days later, a soul warrior came to pass on Venerable Wu's orders. When the four of them arrived at the Hutu stronghold with the soul warrior, other than Venerable Wu who was standing in the air with his hands behind his back, G-Man and Ziming were nowhere to be seen. Seeing such a cold farewell, Xiaohua didn't feel any dissatisfaction in his heart. He didn't like to show his face in front of others. The complicated etiquette would only make him feel tired and impatient. Coming quietly and leaving quietly was exactly what he wanted. However, Ziming didn't appear, which was beyond his expectation. Although Ziming had already bid farewell to Xiaohua and the others 3 days ago. Young Master Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua coming over, Venerable Wu's figure didn't change, but there was a trace of a smile on his face. He said, Now our Hutu stronghold has finally seen the light of hope after the disaster. Everyone is now focused on the distribution and sowing of the millet seeds. You also know that the millet seeds of our Meng Mountains have always been left to their own devices. Even the natives have never planted them. It is indeed troublesome to let them plant the seeds. Besides, young master also knows that there aren't many millet seeds to begin with. Although every shaman stronghold can get some, the amount is different after all. It is inevitable that there will be some conflicts. Ziming had already gone to inspect every shaman's stronghold yesterday. With her prestige, it was enough to intimidate all the shaman strongholds under Hutu stronghold. Besides, this is also her training before she takes over as G-Man's leader. Therefore this old man can only come to see young master off. I don't dare. Xiaohua hurriedly bowed and said, Since Hutu stronghold is so busy, Venerable Wu doesn't need to see us off. It is better for us to stay in the stronghold. Junior and the others can return to the country of Shi by ourselves. Venerable Wu laughed. If it was before our Hutu stronghold distributed the millet seeds, Young Master Shao can leave or stay as you wish. But now, if this old man doesn't see you off, I'm afraid young master won't be able to take half a step out of Meng Mountains. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. His eyes quickly turned, sizing up his left side, which was no different from usual. The expression on his face changed slightly. That's right. Ever since the venerable Wu of the other 12 shaman strongholds received Xiaohua's millet seeds in the ancestral temple of Hutu stronghold, Xiaohua was already a little vigilant in his heart. It was as if in the eyes of these venerable Wu, he was just a little soul beast, and his life and death were all under their control. These millet seeds, although they were placed in Xiaohua's dimensional storage, it was no different from being placed in the hands of these venerable Wu. When the venerable Wu received the millet seeds from Xiaohua, it was no different from taking something out from his own pocket. And now, even the Hutu stronghold didn't have enough millet seeds, so what about the other shaman strongholds? Just like what Venerable Wu said, Xiaohua was known as the messenger sent by the great god Hutu. Who knew if Xiaohua still had more millet seeds? Besides, even if the great Magus elders of these colossal clans didn't have any ideas, would the Venerable Wu and Ji-man of the other shaman strongholds not have any ideas? In addition, there were many swordsmen and cultivators in Meng Mountains, and those who had evil intentions and had their own plans were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Perhaps these were not people that Xiaohua and the other three could deal with. When Xiaohua brought the people of Meng Mountains out of their predicament, he had also placed himself in a dangerous situation. Thinking of this, Xiaohua smiled bitterly, bowed again and said, "Junior has troubled Senior again." "Ah, what trouble are you talking about? If not for young Master Shao, I'm afraid all the people of Meng Mountains would have starved to death. Young Master Shao was sent by the great god Hutu. How could I not know about the favor you have done for Meng Mountains? Being able to safely send young Master out of Meng Mountains is what I should do. Even if young Master didn't mention it, I would still say it." Venerable Wu raised his hand and helped Xiaohua up from the ground. "If that's the case, Junior will take out the flying boat now. Senior, please board it." Xiaohua signaled Xiao Mao with his eyes, then asked Venerable Wu, "Or perhaps Senior has pointed out some secret exit." However, before Xiaohua could finish his words, and before Xiao Mao could take out the flying boat, Venerable Wu burst out laughing. His laughter was long and harsh, and it lasted for about half the time it took to finish a pot of tea. Xiaohua was confused by his laughter. On the other hand, Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao had a faint smile on their faces, as they understood the meaning behind Venerable Wu's laughter. "Young friend Xiao. Not to mention Hutu's stronghold, even in Meng Mountains, if I want to send someone out, no one will be able to stop me. What secret exit? I don't know anything about it." Venerable Wu raised his voice and said proudly, "Furthermore, using your Dao Sec's flying boat in my Hutu stronghold, isn't that a slap to the face of the people of Meng Mountains? Today I will use my own mount to send young friend out of Meng Mountains." Yes, it's all Junior's fault," Xiaohua answered in fear. Of course, he was cursing in his heart. Nonsense, if he had Venerable Wu's strength, he wouldn't be afraid of those people's schemes. Yes, even if he was alone, he might not be so shameless. Everything was because he had Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia with him. Along the way, the four of them had suffered a lot. Now that his tracks were exposed, he naturally had to protect the three of them. Flying out of Meng Mountains in a grand manner was indeed honorable, but in reality, perhaps only he knew the pain. As a matter of fact, Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, and the others had already told Xiaohua about these things before they entered Million Meng Mountains. As a grandmaster, bearing and face were of utmost importance. Xiaohua understood this as well. But when he had to face it with his petty personality, he was really worried. A loud bird cry came from a distant mountain peak. Then, a fist-sized black shadow appeared from the mountain peak and flew towards the group. "Oh." Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. As a cultivator of the Dao sect, he had heard the cries of many spiritual birds. However, those cries were not without sonorous or clear sounds. There was even a hint of arrogance within those cries. But the bird cry just now was obviously different from all the ones he had heard before. His voice was low, hoarse and sharp, which made people's hearts tremble. Unknowingly, Xiaohua was extremely curious about Venerable Wu's mount. However, when that black shadow got closer and closer and appeared in the field of vision of Xiaohua and the others, Xiaohua and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. They looked with some disbelief at this approximately 300-meter-long mount. How could this be a mount? This was not an ordinary spirit beast, nor was it an ordinary body of flesh and blood. It was a gigantic skeletal phoenix. A white bone that was several feet wide and several hundred feet long pierced through the body of the skeletal phoenix. At the front of the white bone was the skeleton of the skeletal phoenix that was several feet long. Although there were no feathers or phoenix crown, the skeleton was still proudly raised. From where the eyes of the skeletal phoenix were located, the darkness could even suck in one's gaze. At the back of the white bone was the skeletal phoenix's tail. Now that it was swaying slightly, traces of black gas were emitted in the air, and gusts of bone-piercing cold wind were also slowly produced. The two ends of the white bone were where the skeletal phoenix's wings were located. Now they were also white bones. These white bones had some scarlet brilliance within them, and traces of black gas were also entwining these white bones. As the skeletal phoenix approached, the skeletal phoenix's wings slowly retracted, and the white bones danced rhythmically. An indescribable sense of beauty and a strange feeling of fear unconsciously arose in everyone's heart. Chapter 2949. Actually, just by looking at the bones, it was impossible to tell if it was a bone phoenix or not. However, when Xiaohua first saw the bones, his first thought was that it was a bone phoenix. The bone phoenix landed, and it was only a few dozen meters away from the group. Just as it was about to retract its wings, the bone phoenix suddenly raised its head again. The place where it no longer had a beak spewed out black gas and red flames. With a screech, it pounced toward Xiaohua and the others. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked and immediately thought of Fairy Hongxia, who obtained the inheritance of the phoenix. She had the phoenix bloodline. Could it be that she would clash with this bone phoenix? Evil creature, how could old Wu let the bone phoenix get close to him? With a cold snort, he spat out a beam of green light from his mouth and rushed in front of the bone phoenix. The green light was like an arrow and hit the bone phoenix's skull. Rumble with a loud sound, the bone phoenix's huge body couldn't withstand the green light. Its entire body collapsed in midair with a loud sound. The bone phoenix's entire body trembled violently. It slowly flapped its bone wings and countless black gas and red flames shot out. When it got up in midair, its cry was clearly filled with fear. Soldwu. How powerful is he? Xiaohua couldn't help but think. When the bone phoenix pounced over, that indescribable coldness and the sound of it breaking through the air showed how sharp its attack was. Xiaohua was confident that he wouldn't be able to withstand it easily. At this moment, Xiaohua's body suddenly trembled. An indescribable feeling came from the primordial spirit in his body. Moreover, as luck would have it, when Xiaohua's gaze swept over, it happened to be facing the bone phoenix's skeleton. A kind of provocation, a kind of unyieldingness, was born from that pitch-black area, falling right into Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua was shocked and thought, could it be that the bone phoenix isn't attacking Fairy Hongxia? But me? Could it be that I also have the phoenix bloodline? Indeed, Xiaohua had always been puzzled by his phoenix dharma body. It was obvious that his dharma body was different from Fairy Hongxia and the others. It was transformed from the mighty Vajra dharma body. But since it was already in the form of the mighty Vajra, how could it turn into the form of a phoenix for no reason? Moreover, the primordial spirit that he sent into his corporeal body didn't have any other techniques other than practicing the celestial infusion technique. Xiaohua had never paid attention to it, but he didn't know why there was such a change when he met the bone phoenix today. Xiaohua couldn't help but wonder, could it be that after this strand of primordial spirit passes through the lightning tribulation, there's something different about it? At this moment, Elder Wu raised his hand and said with a smile, "Little friend Xiao, please." Xiaohua hurriedly put away his thoughts and praised, "Senior, this mount of yours is also a little domineering. This junior really couldn't imagine it." When Elder Wu heard this, he was very pleased. He smiled and said, "It's not that you can't think of it, it's that you don't know. I am Hutu Village's Elder Wu. It is normal for me to ride on this undead underworld beast." Undead underworld beast. Xiaohua nodded lightly and seemed to be lost in thought. The two nether beasts he encountered in the netherworld ocean that day were probably like this as well. But it was very obvious that those two nether beasts were far less arrogant than this bone phoenix. However, if they were to compete in strength, Xiaohua didn't know who was more powerful. As expected, when Elder Wu got on the bone phoenix and Xiaohua stepped onto the white bone phoenix, the huge body of the bone phoenix trembled slightly. Even Elder Wu, who was standing steadily in front of the bone phoenix, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that he had never encountered such a situation before. However, Elder Wu didn't ask much. When Fairy Hong Xia and the rest also got on the bone phoenix, Elder Wu ordered indifferently, "Let's go." Then a caw-caw-caw-caw sound like beans being fried rang out. The bone phoenix's wings gradually spread out. Amidst the black gas and red flames, its huge body slowly flew up. Around the bone phoenix, there were about 100 spirit warriors riding on strange spirit beasts. They escorted the bone phoenix out of the Hotian village. Standing on the bone phoenix, it was very stable. Although it didn't have the same protection as the flying boat, there were gusts of wind blowing against their faces. Furthermore, the black gas and red flames around the bone phoenix seemed to have no heat. There was even a kind of indescribable coldness that pierced through the skin and soul. But this was nothing to Xiaohua and the rest. The brilliance of the body protection flickered and blocked everything outside of their body. This was out of Xiao Mao and the rest's expectations. If it was any other time, Xiaohua would definitely ask Elder Wu about the bone phoenix. At this time, Xiaohua was indeed standing quietly behind Elder Wu. His gaze was level and his face was indifferent. It was as if the curiosity from before had disappeared. Xiaohua naturally didn't have the time to ask about the origin of the bone phoenix. This was because he had already sent the primordial spirit into the space. When he saw the second primordial spirit clearly, he could no longer hide the raging waves in his heart. That's right. Within the space, the second primordial spirit was no longer the same as before. In other words, it was different from the primordial spirit in the mysterious dark clouds and the primordial spirit in the hand of karma. In the end, something still happened. Yes, misfortunes and blessings are unpredictable. This saying is really true. Senior Wu looked at Xiaohua with interest. If it weren't for little friend following me that day, I'm afraid that Ziming wouldn't have been able to return to Hutu Stockade. Hee, this is Ziming's blessing, the great god Hutu's protection. Junior was just lucky. Xiaohua said smoothly when talking about the great god Hutu, but Junior really didn't expect that the Netherworld Sea was actually under the Hutu Stockade. Little friend, you're wrong. Senior Wu shook his head. The Netherworld Sea is not under the Hutu Stockade, and it's not even in Meng Mountain. My Hutu Stockade is only slightly related to the Netherworld Sea because of the great god Hutu. Moreover, this Netherworld Sea, to be honest, even I don't dare to go deep. If it weren't for the great god Hutu's senses, I wouldn't be sure that this is the legendary Netherworld Sea. As for the Netherworld, at this point, Senior Wu shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything else. Obviously, he also knew that Xiaohua had asked Ziming this question. Xiaohua didn't intend to ask so much. He just wanted to know the origin of the bone phoenix so that he could know why the bone phoenix was hostile to him. Seeing that Senior Wu didn't want to say more, he naturally knew that this was probably the secret of the Hutu Stockade. His curiosity couldn't be satisfied. In the next few days, there were many people who coveted the bone phoenix. In addition to some soul senses, there were even many powerful divine senses that swept over, but they were all intimidated by Senior Wu's bone phoenix and fled far away. Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense, so he couldn't see clearly whether the person was a cultivator or a swordsman. Seeing that the situation was as serious as Senior Wu said, Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Chapter 2950. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Even if Grandmaster Wu wanted to send them off personally, he would have sent them all the way to Drifting Cloud Lake. What would happen after they left Drifting Cloud Lake? Would those soul cultivators or swordsmen stop chasing them? They couldn't possibly stay under the protection of Grandmaster Wu of Hutu Village forever. What should we do? Xiaohua looked at the vast Meng Mountains under the bone phoenix and frowned. When Xiaohua glanced at the withered cliffs, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Senior, Junior has been staying in Hutu village for many days. I'm very grateful for Senior's kindness and Ji-Man and Zi-Ming's hospitality. Now that Junior has to leave Hutu village and Meng Mountains, I'm a little reluctant. I want to make a small deal with Grandmaster Wu. I want to give a small gift to Hutu village. I wonder if Senior is interested?" Grandmaster Wu turned his head slightly and said with a smile, "Tell me about it. If I'm interested, of course I can make a deal with you." Hee. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Junior once obtained a jade slip in Shi country. It recorded a soul cultivation technique that could allow one to cultivate to pure God heaven. Of course, Junior knows that this mortal tier cultivation technique is the lowest tier among all the cultivation techniques in Meng Mountains. Even the so-called mortal, earth, heaven, and saint tiers were all created by the seniors of Dao sect by referring to the cultivation techniques of Dao sect and forcefully separating the inherent realms of soul warrior and shaman." "You used that jade slip to cultivate to pure God heaven?" Grandmaster Wu wasn't surprised at all. He said indifferently, "Could it be that you want to get the so-called earth class and heaven class technique from me? Oh no, it should be saint class technique." "That's right." Xiaohua didn't deny his thoughts and straightforwardly admitted it. He also knew that Zi-Ming would report Master Qinqin's matter, and it wasn't strange for Master Qinqin's inheritance to have earth rank and heaven rank cultivation methods. "Strange, why didn't you ask for it that day in the ancestral temple?" Grandmaster Wu felt strange. Xiaohua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Millet seed is a necessity for the people of Meng Mountains. Junior felt that it wasn't good to threaten Senior with it. What's more, millet seeds are incomparably precious. It's not something that soul cultivation techniques can compare to." Hee, then what are you going to use to exchange for these cultivation techniques?" Elder Wu chuckled. When Xiaohua heard this, he immediately became spirited and asked curiously, "Senior, didn't you say that these cultivation methods are? Of course I can't teach you the soul cultivation techniques of my Hutu stronghold. And you definitely won't be able to cultivate it." Elder Wu stretched out his hand and took out a few jade slips. He then said, "But I have these so-called earth rank and heaven rank cultivation methods too, don't I? In fact, there were even some records of saint-level cultivation techniques. It's just that this old man doesn't know what you can take out to exchange for it." "Your grandmother," Xiaohua almost wanted to slap his forehead. "How could I forget about this? Since the soul cultivation technique passed down by Taoist sect could be found in Meng Mountains, it is only natural that Elder Wu of Hutu Stockade would keep it as well. Since Senior has these jade slips, then that's easy." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Junior will take them out now. If Senior is satisfied with them, then I'll let Senior set the price." After he finished speaking, Xiaohua's figure floated up high into the air. As he waved his hands, the dark clouds in the sky rapidly covered the sky. Rumbling sounds of thunder were produced from the dark clouds. The sound was like thunder, oppressive to the extreme and dense to the point that it was like rain. Moreover, as this sound was emitted, waves of energy that ordinary people couldn't detect once again emitted from Xiaohua's body and rushed into the sky with incomparable speed. High up in the sky, amidst the thunder and dark clouds, a little bit of light gradually appeared, the cloud summoning rain technique. Although Elder Wu was somewhat prepared, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. After all, it had only been a few months since Xiaohua first used the incomplete cloud summoning rain technique. Moreover, Elder Wu thought that as a Dao sect cultivator, Xiaohua wouldn't be able to grasp the pronunciation of the green seal script for hundreds or even thousands of years. It was impossible for him to easily use the cloud summoning rain shaman incantation. Plop, plop, plop. Drops of raindrops fell like pearls, and they were very scattered. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Not long after, the raindrops formed a string and hung in the sky, shining brilliantly and extremely beautiful. Another half a meal's worth of time later, rumble, amidst the thunder and lightning, the rain poured down like a torrential downpour. Hua hua hua. The sound of the rain falling endlessly could be heard. The entire sky was pierced by the seemingly endless rain. Big brother. Xiao Mao stood on the bone phoenix. The yellow talisman protecting his body flickered, blocking the raindrops outside of the brilliance. He opened his mouth and exclaimed a few times. He really couldn't hide the disbelief and confusion in his heart. This was cloud summoning rain technique. This was the legendary ability of immortals, and this mysterious big brother of his was actually able to use it effortlessly. He had used the cloud summoning rain talisman with Xiaohua before. The power of the yellow seal was completely incomparable to the power of this cloud summoning rain technique. Not to mention Xiao Mao's astonishment, even Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao looked on in extreme disbelief, stunned on the spot. Sigh, old Wu, who was slightly absent-minded, sighed softly. With a wave of his hand he kept the jade strip in his pocket. He looked regretfully at Xiaohua, who was like a deity in the dark, like rain falling from the heavens. Xiaohua did not stop at one spot. Instead he slowly flew forward with the bone phoenix. Following his figure, the dark clouds also moved, and the torrential rain also spread forward amidst the thunder and lightning. The strangest thing was that the dark clouds did not move at a visible speed. Instead, they appeared as they moved, as if there was no end to them at all. After flying like this for a meal's worth of time, Xiaohua slowly descended. The lightning around his dragon-like body was still faintly lingering, and the green light was also spread all over the surroundings. As he approached, bursts of explosions could be heard coming from the green light. "How do you feel?" Elder Wu asked worriedly as he looked at Xiaohua's descending figure. "Very good." Xiaohua's face was not pale but rather a little green. He nodded slightly and said, "This is the first time this junior has used the cloud summoning rain technique. My soul sense is somewhat exhausted." He. Elder Wu turned his head to look at Xiao Mao and the others. He did not speak too openly and said, "Soul sense is nothing. If it wasn't for the consumption of life essence, little friend Xiao, you would be..." However, he did not say the rest of his words out loud. Instead he chose to send a voice transmission. "I wouldn't dare." Xiaohua hurriedly shook his head. Then he raised his head and said, "Senior, are you satisfied with this junior's gift? Haha, let this old man see how much your cloud summoning rain technique can bring about." Elder Wu laughed. With a tap of his foot, the bone phoenix's wings flapped rapidly, and its speed suddenly increased. Ignoring the stunned spirit warriors around it, it rushed forward. The bone phoenix flew for several li before it escaped from the torrential rain. When the bone phoenix stopped in midair, everyone turned their heads to look at the rainwater that was pouring down like a heavenly river not far away. It really felt like two different worlds. This torrential rain continued for the time it took to eat a meal before it slowly stopped. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky also slowly dispersed. However, this time was different from last time. Most of the dark clouds created by the lightning summoning technique had disappeared, but a small portion of the dark clouds created by the cloud summoning rain technique remained in midair. It was similar to the situation of a normal dark rain. There was not a trace of a technique at all. The green seal runes steal the essence of heaven and earth and do the things of heaven and earth. It really is a technique that surpasses all other techniques in the world. Even Xiaohua himself was endlessly praising the miraculous effects of the cloud summoning rain technique. "Senior, how is it?" Xiaohua asked for the second time. Elder Wu looked at the flowing water that covered the mountains and heard the sound of flowing water again. His face revealed a smile as he nodded and said, "Very good." Then, Xiaohua's thumb and forefinger slightly rubbed together as if he was hinting at Elder Wu. This rain is not bad, but it's still too little." Elder Wu laughed. "Right now we're still very far away from the flowing cloud lake. Most of the Wu villages under my back earth stronghold cannot be blessed by the rain. This old man still wants to see the effects." It was just like when he tasted the spirit tea brewed by midnight in the tea house in Sky Patrol City. "Wonderful." Xiaohua sighed and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then he thought to himself, "Damn it, even the Hutu stronghold has such a good thing like the twilight moon." Then among the things the Shaman King sent, are there even more useful things for soul cultivators? Thinking of the Shaman King, Xiaohua frowned again. This Shaman King seems to know too much. How did he know that I like to collect these things? Could it be that his divine connection technique can predict this space? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's back was suddenly covered in cold sweat. Impossible. Impossible. In a hurry, Xiao Hua thought of Jiuxia. Even someone as strong as Jiuxia couldn't know. How could the Shaman King know? But I might have to make some preparations first. Xiao Hua was worried again. A man without foresight is bound to have immediate worries. If I get too many spirit seeds, who knows what kind of trouble that cultivator or swordsman will come up with. Xiao Hua's meditation lasted for several days. As the bone phoenix flew past the foothills, the drifting cloud lake that Xiao Hua and the rest had first arrived at appeared in the distance. Fairy Hong Xia stood on the bone phoenix's back, biting her lips. Her eyes looked at the foothills, which had already turned green, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She really couldn't imagine. She had only come to the ancestral shrine of Million Meng Mountains once. From the time she encountered the night rain when passing by Drifting Cloud Lake, to the time when she was sent out of Million Meng Mountains by Elder Wu of Hutu Stockade using the bone phoenix, to the time when she came to Drifting Cloud Lake again, in just 2 years so many things had happened. She then looked at the man who was sitting cross-legged in front of her. The green light around his body was gradually disappearing. His back was still thin, but it was still so stalwart. She felt a sense of softness and warmth in her heart. During this period of time, everything that happened was shouldered by this man. She felt incomparably safe in this man's chest. If it weren't for this man's protection, let alone her, even Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao would have perished in the Meng Mountains. Not to mention each of them had their own fortuitous encounters now. What I said earlier. My attitude towards Jiuxia, towards Ziming, was it too much? Fairy Hong Xia hesitated. After all, my dear Xiao, didn't do anything with them? Caw. At this moment, the skeletal phoenix let out a long cry that sounded like a deep thunderclap, waking Fairy Hong Xia up from her deep thoughts. When Fairy Hong Xia focused her gaze, she saw that they had arrived at the border of Mount Meng. Clouds and mist were slowly seeping out from the drifting cloud lake in the distance, and the skeletal phoenix had stopped in midair, flapping its wings that were flickering with a red glow and black mist. It's time to go back. Fairy Hong Xia sighed. She couldn't help but turn around and look. Although the vast and boundless Million Meng Mountains were still mysterious, it was obvious that a corner of this mystery had been lifted. Under this mystery, the four of them had left behind countless feelings. Xiao Hua was also awakened by the bone phoenix's cry. A green light flashed across his body and he stood up from the bone phoenix. He also looked down and then turned around to look at the depths of Million Meng Mountains. Flying out from the bone phoenix, he took a deep breath and said, "Senior, there's no such thing as an eternal banquet in this world. Although the Hutu stronghold is located in the depths of Million Meng Mountains, but in the blink of an eye, we've arrived at the edge of Million Meng Mountains. I believe that with Venerable Wu's prestige, you can't easily step into the sword domain, right?" Hee. Venerable Wu chuckled, looking at the distant clouds. Since when did Meng Mountains have so many rules? However, if I step into the sword domain, those sword cultivators in the sword domain would be unhappy. It's better for me not to go. Though, bid farewell. We're grateful for Senior's kindness in sending us off. Xiao Hua bowed deeply and then looked at Venerable Wu. Of course, he had the intention of intimidating them by summoning clouds and rain for such a long time. Xiao Hua also coveted the so-called earth, heaven and saint class cultivation techniques. However, Venerable Wu didn't seem to know. Looking at Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Fairy Hong Xia flying out from the bone phoenix and bowing to Venerable Wu, he waved his hand and said, "It's still far from here to the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. I can't send you off. It's better for you all to be careful." After saying that, Venerable Wu put his hand behind his back, and the bone phoenix circled around, spreading its wings and flying away. The group of spirit warriors that were guarding the stronghold also urged their spirit beasts to follow. That Xiao Hua couldn't help but reach out his hand and open his mouth, as if he wanted to call out to Venerable Wu. But he was too embarrassed to call out to him. Damn it, it's broken, it's broken. Looking at the back of the bone phoenix that was getting smaller and smaller, and the black aura and red light that were fading, Xiao Hua couldn't help but shout out. He was thinking of summoning clouds and rain, and wanted to leave a good impression on Venerable Wu so that he could obtain the soul cultivation technique from him. Who knew that Venerable Wu would see through his intentions in an instant? Or maybe he was angry in his heart and actually left with a flick of his sleeves. Everything he did before was in vain. Ai, let's go. Xiao Hua was a little dejected and like a rooster that had lost a fight, he weakly waved his hand and said. Hee hee. Fairy Hongxia covered her mouth and laughed. She understood her lover's thoughts very well. Flying to Xiao Hua's side, she pulled on Xiao Hua's Taoist robe and said, Xiao Hua, don't forget. You said that day that you would let Venerable Wu bargain based on the situation. Furthermore, Venerable Wu didn't really promise you that he would give you the cultivation technique. It's normal that he doesn't want to give it to you now. How would I know that Venerable Wu would be so untrustworthy? Xiao Hua was a little flustered and exasperated. He shouted, if he doesn't like it, then so be it. Why didn't he say a word? I was just afraid that others would hunt us down, that's why I showed a little bit of my strength. Is there a need for him to be so jealous? Hee hee. Xiao Mao also laughed. Big brother, you have to be careful with your words. Don't let Venerable Wu hear you. We haven't left Million Meng Mountains yet. Hearing that, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes. Looking at the disappearing distance, he said resentfully, that's exactly what I want Venerable Wu to hear. Being trustworthy. That's the basic principle of being a person. Let's go. Li Zongbao waved his hand indifferently. If we stay here any longer, someone might really come after us. Do you think I'm afraid of them? Xiao Hua sneered, but he still flew up. Xiao Mao also took out the flowing cloud airship and invited everyone to board. Alright Xiao Mao, why is there no news about Yiyu? After the flowing cloud airship flew past the flowing cloud lake, Xiao Hua still didn't give up looking at Million Meng Mountains. Suddenly he thought of something and asked. Chapter 2952. Xiao Mao was taken aback. He immediately realized that Xiao Hua had nowhere to vent his anger and wanted to vent it on Yiyu. He thought for a moment and said, this guy is the Fu man of the Shibai village. Right now he must be worried about the seeds of the Wu village under the Shibai village. Besides, he must know about the relationship between Big Brother and Hutu village. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to find trouble with you. Yiyu deserves to die. Even if he doesn't find trouble with us, we can't let him go. Xiao Hua said with hatred. Yiyu will die, but not now. Fairy Hongxia also hated Yiyu. Now that we have left Million Meng Mountains and Xiao Hua's reputation in Million Meng Mountains is a bit embarrassing, why don't we talk about it in the future? Yes, with Xiao Mao here, Yiyu will definitely come. Li Zongbao said calmly. Alright, I'll let him go for now. Xiao Hua said helplessly. Then he looked at Li Zongbao and said, Senior brother Li, from now on, don't use your kill immortal whip. Wait until this little brother has practiced the refining technique of soul cultivation and healed your injuries. No problem, Li Zongbao said impatiently. With you by my side, do I still need to do anything? Don't be so wishy-washy. Let's go back to Liang first. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua knew that Li Zongbao was extremely anxious. He looked at Fairy Hongxia and felt the same. The flying boat was like a flowing cloud. In just a few moments, it had flown for over 10 miles. But suddenly Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said, Xiao Mao, stop the flying boat for now. Big brother forgot something again. What is it? Xiao Mao quickly stopped the airship and asked curiously. Zai, it's all because of this guy. Xiao Hua took out the storage bag. He shook his hand and the fire ape fell out of the bag. The fire ape landed in the air and was slightly startled. When it saw the situation around it, it immediately bared its teeth and revealed a ferocious expression. The flames around its body rose and it pounced toward Xiao Hua. Evil creature, Xiao Hua sneered. He chanted an incantation and pointed his finger. The sun-moon corona on the fire ape's forehead let out a rumbling sound. The fire ape no longer cared about attacking Xiao Hua. It held its head and rolled in the air while howling. Darling Xiao. Fairy Hongxia was stunned. She was as confused as Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. She pointed at the fire ape and asked curiously, What? What is this? This is a fire ape. Xiao Hua knew that this fire ape was related to Shui, so he didn't dare to be careless. He wanted to know why the fire ape came to Million Meng Mountains and why it found Hanba. He then told Xiao Hua about his encounter with the fire ape, but he didn't tell him about the fire ape and Shui. Oh big brother, you're asking me to summon Hanba, right? Xiao Mao understood. That's right. We've left millions of Meng mountains. I'm afraid Hanba won't be able to follow us. If we don't ask now, when will we know? Xiao Hua nodded. Big brother, please wait a moment. Xiao Mao nodded. He closed his eyes and meditated for a moment, then opened his mouth again. Hanba is currently at a critical juncture in its cultivation, so it won't be able to follow me to the country of Shi. Once it's successful in its cultivation, it will definitely go to Xuanyan sect to look for me. Actually, it won't be too late for Big Brother to ask then. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes again. Nonsense, who knew when Xue Xue would need this fire ape? If he didn't ask now, when would he? Sure enough, in less than 2 hours, an indescribable heat was born in everyone's heart. Their blood was also surging and unstoppable. Hanba had appeared. When Hanba saw the fire ape rolling in pain in midair, it seemed to be angered. Its sharp gaze swept across Xiao Hua, so much so that Xiao Hua could feel an indescribable heat wave around him. Humph! Naturally, Xiao Mao could sense Hanba's hostility. He snorted coldly and opened his mouth to scold Hanba. Hanba helplessly shrunk his neck, which was almost gone, and blinked his eyes. On his face, which had already lost its red hair, there was obviously a resentful expression. It was almost the same expression that Xiao Hua had when he faced Elder Wu. Damn it, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth and said, Xiao Mao, ask this fire ape what's its relationship with it. How did it come to millions of Meng mountains from the country of Shi? Why are you looking for it? If this fire ape is Hanba's man, Big Brother will treat this fire ape well. Once it's finished, I'll set it free. Man? This time it was Xiao Mao's turn to not know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head slightly and began to ask Hanba. Hanba's voice was very hoarse. It was impossible to make out any syllables. However, Xiao Mao seemed to be able to understand it, nodding his head from time to time. Big brother. In the end, Xiao Mao smiled and said to Xiao Hua, Little brother has already asked clearly. This fire ape and Hanba don't have any special relationship. They're just demon beasts that have taken shape. They've met a few times in the past. This fire ape didn't come to millions of Meng mountains to look for Hanba. It came to look for one of its close relatives. As for what Hanba is, I'm not sure. It just received a message from the fire ape and came to meet it. Before the fire ape was sealed, they knew each other? They can even send messages? Xiao Hua was a little stunned. Furthermore, there's a close relative of the fire ape in millions of Meng mountains? Damn it, are these demon beasts going to become demons? Big brother, according to what Hanba said, there are indeed demon beasts that have become demons in this world. Xiao Mao smiled and said, It's said that there are many of them in millions of Meng mountains. Even Hanba himself said that he's nothing. Some demon beasts can even cultivate into humans. They're no different from ordinary soul scholars. Isn't that so? Suddenly, Xiao Hua thought of that Elder Wu he saw in the ancestral shrine of Hutu Stockade. He actually had 2 faces. How could an ordinary person look like that? Maybe he was some kind of demon beast. Forget it. Xiao Hua nodded. With a wave of his hand, he used the universe in the sleeve technique and once again put the fire ape into his spirit storage pouch. Big brother, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll let Hanba go back. Xiao Mao probed. That. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. He was a little worried about bringing Hanba along. At least with Hanba, this trip to Sword Domain would be a little easier. Xiao Mao seemed to have seen through Xiao Hua's thoughts and hurriedly said, Big brother, Hanba is now at a critical juncture. If you don't have to use it, then don't use it, right? When it comes to find me, that's the best time to use it. Right. Xiao Hua naturally only thought of it as draining the pond to catch fish and nodded. After that, Xiao Mao gave Hidorigami a few instructions. Hidorigami actually lowered its head and leaned its head against Xiao Mao's hand, looking extremely strange. Xiao Mao obviously didn't feel good either. He patted Hanba's shoulder, turned his head and jumped onto the flying boat. Under the urging of his magic power, the flowing cloud flying boat suddenly rose and rushed into the sky. Roar! Behind the flying boat, Hanba's hoarse roar could be heard. Sigh! When Xiao Hua heard it, his heart was slightly sour. He understood the misery in Xiao Mao's heart. Although he found his roots in the millions of Meng mountains, they didn't recognize him at all. The shaman of Shibai village didn't have the slightest intention of letting him recognize his ancestors. In the end, Xiao Mao didn't even know who his father was. Fortunately, in this world besides Xiao Mao there was also Hanba. Although Hanba was a demon beast, it also had the bloodline of the Shibai great god. It could be considered a closer relative than Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao didn't dare to look back. He controlled the flowing cloud-flying boat and rushed forward like an arrow, afraid that he would turn back if he hesitated. After flying for nearly 2 hours, the flowing cloud-flying boat finally slowed down. Looking at Xiao Mao, whose expression had somewhat calmed down, Li Zongbao said indifferently, "You're a cultivator of the Dao sect. Since you entered the Dao sect at a young age, naturally you're fated with the Dao sect. Although soul cultivators are powerful, they've declined. Look at those uncivilized natives. Even if you're their shaman now, how heavy of a burden can you bear? Why don't you focus on cultivating? It won't be too late for you to return to the millions of Meng mountains after you've achieved great success. Not to mention the current shaman, even the shaman king might bow down to you." Thank you for your encouragement, senior brother Li." Xiao Mao nodded and sighed. "I originally came here to accompany senior brother, but I didn't expect that there would be so many troubles. Seeing that my background has already surfaced, I can't do anything even if I don't cultivate diligently. Night Rain already knows my whereabouts, then that nascent soul cultivator will definitely know soon. I can only rely on the merit of the great battle of Dao and Sword, and my Xuanyan school to protect myself." "Oh, that's right." Xiao Hua was also greatly shocked. He quickly said, "Xiao Mao, if possible, why don't you stay in the millions of Meng mountains?" "Stay in the millions of Meng mountains?" Xiao Mao shook his head calmly. "Night Rain's influence in the millions of Meng mountains is definitely no less than Ziming, and I can't possibly stay in the Hutu stockade forever, right? Even if I stay in the Hutu stockade forever, who can guarantee that I won't be schemed against by Night Rain? After all, I'm not Taoist Xiao." What Xiao Mao said makes sense. Fairy Hong Xia nodded and said, "In the millions of Meng mountains, Huan country and Shi country, Xuanyan school is still safer. Xiao Mao has the merit of the great battle of Dao and Sword, and the sect master's special pardon. If Xuanyan school can't even protect him, how can it still be called Xuanyan school? Even if Xiao Mao's enemy is a nascent soul cultivator, he still has to think about his own reputation and the consequences of revealing this matter. Now that the great battle of Dao and Sword is happening, a nascent soul cultivator having a connection with a sword cultivator, that's a big deal. In my opinion, within the next 10 years, that nascent soul cultivator won't do anything to Xiao Mao." Li Zongbao also nodded. "We can only wait for the great battle of Dao and Sword to calm down, then there's a possibility of making a move. And after 10 years, Hanba will have succeeded, and I'm afraid he'll already be guarding by my side." Xiao Mao laughed. "Therefore, big brother, you don't have to be too worried." Of course big brother doesn't have to be worried about you." Xiao Hua sneered. No, my brother, a nascent soul cultivator is nothing. There's no need for Hanba to come, I alone can beat him to the ground." Xiao Hua's words with his gold core cultivation was extremely arrogant, but whether it was Li Zongbao, Fairy Hong Xia or Xiao Mao, none of them felt that there was anything wrong with Xiao Hua's words. They were truly convinced by Xiao Hua's methods. Even if Xiao Hua said that he could kill an avatar, they would probably nod their heads blankly. "Kaka." Suddenly an owl-like voice sounded in the air. "Who dares to talk so big? Who dares to kill a nascent soul cultivator?" "He's just a small gold core cultivator. Aren't you afraid of blowing the sky open?" "Who?" When Xiao Hua heard this, his complexion changed greatly. This voice came too suddenly, and Xiao Hua absolutely did not expect that under the escort of the Hutu stockades Wu Lao, a spirit warrior would immediately chase after the Wu Lao as soon as he left. His plan to move clouds and rain along the way could be considered a waste. Between shame and anger, Xiao Hua coldly said, "A thief who doesn't dare to show himself. I'm afraid you've been chasing after me for a long time, right?" Immediately, the Buddha's sense swept behind him, but before Xiao Hua's Buddha's sense could find any trace of the person, several sharp flying sword-like divine senses swept from all sides of the flying boat, firmly locking onto the 4 people. Only then did Xiao Hua and the others come to their senses, unconsciously turning as white as paper. Half a li away from the flowing cloud-flying boat, 4 swordsmen appeared in the air. In front of these 4 swordsmen was a beautiful woman, but her face was as cold as frost. Her face was full of ridicule and astonishment. Who else could it be but Lu Ruochang of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect? In addition to Lu Ruochang, there were 3 other swordsmen, firmly surrounding the flowing cloud-flying boat in a triangular formation. In front of the flowing cloud-flying ship, there was a young swordsman with a robust figure. His 5 strands of beard looked very spirited. However, his pair of sword-like eyes carried a kind of incomparable hatred. He was staring fixedly at Xiao Hua's face as he slowly flew over. Just 2 sword transformations. He probably couldn't deal with them, right? Go to hell. Xiao Hua's heart was filled with hatred. He understood that the matter of his sword transformation cultivation was no longer a secret. The sword light around his body surged and the sword origin shot out. A huge sword was also slowly born. Inside, 9 flying swords of different sizes were arranged in different shapes. The shape was constantly changing. Even the flying swords within the sword formation turned into shooting stars. Countless tiny hurricanes madly gathered and slashed towards the ice river sword intent. It was like 9 stars transiting the sun. Boom! A loud sound rang out. That unparalleled sword intent was actually torn apart by Xiao Hua's huge sword. Below that sword intent, the graceful swordswoman's figure was revealed. However, this swordswoman's face didn't have any astonishment. Instead, it showed a kind of pleasant surprise. Even those big curved eyes contained traces of charm. Looking at Xiao Hua's heart sword and the 9 stars within the heart sword, a smile appeared on her dark red lips. She even muttered in a low voice, 9 stars transiting the sun. This guy actually knows 9 stars transiting the sun? It wasn't rough. Except for the execution dream and mountain splitter, Xiao Hua's other 7 sword orbs were completely repaired in the sword catacomb. However, they had always been nurtured in the sword scars of his primordial spirit, and hadn't been successful. During the trip to Meng Mountains, Xiao Hua once again placed his attention on soul cultivation. That is, when he just activated the execution dream and mountain splitter, he realized that the 9 flying swords were all successful. Xiao Hua was overjoyed, but he didn't care too much. He immediately used the 9 stars transiting the sun that he had comprehended countless times in the sword intent. Sure enough, 9 stars transiting the sun was extraordinary. In just 1 sword strike, it defeated a 2nd grade sword transformation flying sword. Of course, Xiao Hua still didn't have the time to appreciate this graceful swordswoman's charm, nor did he have the time to savor the joy of defeating a 2nd grade sword transformation flying sword. He didn't even have the time to look at the swordswoman's figure. Before he could escape from the huge sword, he once again activated the lightning evasion and rushed away. Swoosh! Xiao Hua flew out another 10 zhang. Seeing that there was a glimmer of hope to escape the encirclement, countless scarlet flames appeared in the space of nearly 100 zhang. Not only were these flames extremely hot, they were also abnormally sharp. The entire sky had become a place of mountains of blades and seas of fire. Xiao Hua was not afraid of fire. He coldly snorted in his heart, opened his mouth, and a wisp of spirit fire immediately flew out. Normally this was his last resort. But now, in order to escape, he couldn't care about anything else. When the spirit fire appeared, under Xiao Hua's divine flame art, it immediately turned into a net and rushed in front of the huge sword. Although the sword will of the flame was powerful and seemed to be able to burn the surrounding space, when it came into contact with the spiritual fire, it was like a snowflake coming into contact with boiling water, instantly melting into the spiritual fire. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua urged the spiritual fire to rush out of a gap in the fire lake, and was about to break out of the encirclement of the 3 swordsmen. What Xue Mingcha said was true. Under the lake of fire, the old swordsman hadn't transformed into a sword, but his body was surrounded by a fiery sword light. His fiery red eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. This nameless actually has a supreme spirit fire in his hands. While the old swordsman was pondering, the huge sword transformed by Xiao Hua had already flown out of the lake of fire. The lightning was shining brightly, and it was flying towards the direction of millions of Meng mountains. But at this moment, above the seemingly clear blue sky, many whirlpools suddenly appeared. These thumb-sized whirlpools didn't even wait for Xiao Hua to see clearly, and they immediately emitted a powerful sword energy. Clang! Not allowing Xiao Hua to do anything, the sword energy around his body emitted a strong sword cry, as if it was going to come out of his body. Moreover, the huge sword transformed by Xiao Hua was also emitting a mournful cry, and the sword light was almost skyrocketing. There's a fourth sword transformation? Xiao Hua was shocked. Buzz! The sword energy roared and all the whirlpools instantly converged to form a huge sword. Wasn't this the young swordsman who fought with Xiao Hua for the first time? Invisible sword. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. However, he was still shocked by the speed of this young swordsman. He didn't expect that there would always be someone who was faster than him, and that there was someone who could be faster than his lightning evasion. Boom! The young swordsman's huge sword was very close to Xiao Hua, and it didn't give Xiao Hua any chance to dodge. The two huge swords clashed together. A powerful roar was heard and a powerful hurricane was generated. It was like the wind was sweeping away the clouds, and it was like the gathering of the wind and the clouds, flattening everything in the sky. Even Xiao Hua's body, that flame that hadn't been retracted, was swept away. Looking at the two huge swords, the young swordsman's majestic body didn't move, and the sword light around him slowly dissipated, revealing a proud face. He coldly stared at Xiao Hua, who was falling down from the sky like a falling leaf. Xiao Hua seemed to have lost consciousness, falling straight down. His entire body was jolted left and right by the shockwaves created by the huge swords, and he looked extremely pitiful. Xiao Hua hadn't truly transformed into a sword. Looking at the faint glow on the ground and the distant LV Ruchong who was standing steadily in midair, his heart was filled with shock. Sword cultivator. How did a sword cultivator know that I know the earth escape technique? Chapter 2954. Senior John Doe. LV Ruchong was in the distance. He seemed to know that he was no match for John Doe, so he didn't fly closer. With only sarcasm in his tone, he said, "Unexpected things can't be done again and again. Do you think that the swordsmen of my sword domain are all idiots? You have done so many things in my sword domain people do not know?" Hee hee. Xiao Hua saw the three sword transformation swordsmen slowly descend, and behind Lu Ruochong, there were dozens of swordsmen flying out. Although they were not sword transformation swordsmen, they were at least grade 1 or 2 illusory swordsmen. Knowing that it would not be easy to escape today, he sneered and flew towards Fairy Hong Xia. As for Xiao Mao, who had just reacted, he hurriedly urged the flowing cloud flying ship to fly in front of the two. "What's wrong? Not boasting anymore?" The young swordsman stood in the air and said indifferently, "With your cultivation you actually want to kill a nascent soul cultivator? What a joke. However, to be honest, although this old man had estimated your strength, but I still underestimated you. You actually forced this old man to sword transformation swordsman." Hee hee. Xiao Hua sneered and did not speak. However, the young cultivator still said, "It's fine if you don't speak, it can only mean that you have a guilty conscience. But from your words just now, this old man is somewhat puzzled. I wonder if you can dispel this old man's doubts?" "Speak." Xiao Hua replied indifferently. "This old man knows that you are a terrifying phoenix and also know that you are nameless. I also know that you dare to kill a grade 3 illusory swordsman. I also know that you know the rare earth escape technique among the Dao sect cultivators. But this old man did not expect that you would dare to kill a nascent soul cultivator. This old man wants to ask you, what kind of divine being are you?" "Who am I, don't you already know?" Although Xiao Hua's face was pale and his eyes were spinning rapidly, he still wanted to escape. However, he did not admit defeat and retorted sarcastically, "On the other hand, who are you? One is a grade 3 illusory swordsman and the other 3 are sword transformation swordsmen. You actually did not care about your face and trapped us 4 puny Foundation establishment cultivators here. Do you still care about your face? Hehe Xiaohua, you also know about face. Lu Ruochang sneered. If you had any sense of shame, how could you mix with Foundation establishment cultivators with your nascent soul cultivation base? Ambushing and killing countless warriors of my sword region? Today this sword might as well tell you that your death has arrived. This was Martial Uncle Qin Heng of the Void Heaven Sword School, Senior Martial Brother Qin Jian's master. You tried to kill Senior Brother Qin Jian with your nascent soul cultivation, which is a taboo of the sword domain. Today, Senior Uncle Qin Heng is here to avenge Qin Jian. Then Lu Ruochang's finger moved away from the young swordsman and pointed at the old swordsman as he said, "You killed Ling Yunwu, Yuan and her husband, and took the sword pouch of my sword domain. Now, Martial Uncle Shuechendong of the Ling Feng Sword Sect is also here to avenge the disciples of Swords Gate." Hehe. Xiaohua sneered. Many swordsmen have died in my hands. If you want to avenge yourselves, you don't have to sign up one by one. Anyway, I know that the sword cultivators of the Heng country bully the weak with numbers. It's not the first time you've encountered such a situation. Hehe, the young swordswoman giggled. She was so beautiful that the sword armor on her body was almost scraped off. Little brother, you're quite brave. I like you the most. I'm Feng Sui Wu of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect. I heard that the terrifying phoenix in the Dao Sword War was actually a nascent soul nameless and had the strength of a first-grade sword transformation realm cultivator. I've long been impressed. Now that I've met you, I'm even more impressed. You even have the 9 stars soaring sun sword intent. If little brother is interested in joining my sword domain, I can recommend myself to help little brother reach the divine sword realm. At this moment Qin Heng frowned and reminded, Feng Suwu the 9 stars soaring sun sword sect's secret technique. I know little brother Xiao is willing. Feng Suwu glanced at Xiao Hua in an extremely charming manner and smiled. I'm not afraid of the flame bamboo sword sect. What can others do about our love? Formless sword, as expected. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the crowd. He knew in his heart that there was no chance of survival today. He couldn't help but feel anxious. When he heard Feng Suiwu's teasing, he licked his lips and said with a smile, Old witch, how old are you? You're actually still thinking about this young master? Isn't the legend of an old cow eating young grass exactly like this? Hee. Feng Suiwu actually didn't get angry. She smiled and said, I'm an old witch. How can you be worse? You're drooling over Fairy Hong Xia's youth and beauty. Isn't that the same as an old cow eating young grass? Good little brother, just submit to this concubine. As long as you tell the whole story and reveal your identity, won't you be able to fly away with me? And this Fairy Hong Xia, I can also treat her as a little sister. Not to mention how many good little sisters you have, even if you have more I won't care. Don't you like the 9 stars transit? How about I and my 8 sisters transit the sun together? Ba Fairy Hong Xia's face turned red. She spat and cursed, old witch. Bitch, Feng Suiwu sneered. She flicked her finger and an ice flower pierced towards Fairy Hong Xia. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved his hand and the wishful staff struck out. With a peng sound it hit the ice flower. The ice flower turned into fragments and the moment it fell, it once again rushed towards Fairy Hong Xia. Humph! Fairy Hong Xia hurriedly waved the phoenix command in her hand, and a 5-colored brilliance fell in front of her body. Puff 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 puff, a series of sounds rang out. The fragments hit the brilliance and instantly shattered the defensive brilliance. Fortunately, those sword lights were shattered by Xiao Hua, and after passing through the defense of the phoenix token, by the time they reached Fairy Hong Xia's body, they were unable to break through her protective brilliance, and fell from the sky one after another. Little girl. Feng Suiwu said coldly, don't think that you can block this sword intent. This sword was only afraid of hurting little brother Zhao's heart, so I didn't go all out. Fairy Hong Xia muttered a few words, but in the end she didn't say anything. Obviously, against a 2nd-grade sword transformation realm swordsman, she really didn't have the strength to fight back. Nameless. Qin Heng said faintly, sword friend Feng is right. You have my sword domain sword energy, so why did you sneak into the country of Xi's Imperial Thunder Sect? Which sword sect of my sword domain are you a disciple of? As long as you tell us the reason, we will definitely not make things difficult for you. In fact, we will even assist you. Have you ever seen a sword cultivator's disciple with a nascent soul realm cultivation? Have you ever seen a sword cultivator's disciple kill a sword cultivator? Xiao Hua said coldly, besides Qin Jian's life, Ling Yunwu's and Yuan's lives. Won't you all pursue it? And the lives of these few Dao sect disciples. It's precisely because Senior Nameless has the nascent soul realm cultivation of the Dao sect and my sword domain's sword transformation realm cultivation that our sword domain's sword transformation realm senior treats you so well. Lu Ruochang chuckled and said, isn't a sword transformation realm swordsman who can control the country of Xi's Imperial Thunder sect more important than the entire Sky Patrol City? Sky Patrol City? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said coldly, I'm afraid that Sky Patrol City is already heavily guarded by our Dao sect disciples. If you all attack. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked and knew that he couldn't continue. If he said too much, he might expose Juxia. Senior Nameless actually knows that Sky Patrol City is the target of our sword domain's battle? Lu Ruochang was naturally stunned, but then he smiled and said, to be able to see this point in such a complicated battle situation, Senior Nameless is indeed amazing. If that's the case, our sword domain will have to invite Senior Nameless back. Furthermore, I've also revealed to you that even if the Dao sect's cultivators manage to find out about the sword domain's goal, the Sky Patrol City will still fall into the hands of the sword domain. There will be no change at all. Well, if you follow us back, you might be able to see how the warriors of our sword domain will attack Sky Patrol City. I'm not going. Xiao Hua didn't believe Lu Ruochang's words. He had already sent the message to the Imperial Thunder sect. He didn't believe that such an important piece of news would not be taken seriously by the nascent soul realm masters in the meeting hall. Moreover, he originally wanted to go through with it. However, looking at Qin Jian's master and Ling Yunwu's senior uncle, how could he back down? Senior Nameless, you don't have to worry. Our sword domain accepts all kinds of cultivators. Not only do we have beast cultivators, weapon cultivators, bird cultivators and soul cultivators. The one who set up the soul formation in the sword tomb that day was a soul warrior from Meng Mountain. Naturally, this soul warrior has something to do with our sword domain. They urged the flying generals under their feet to flee in panic. Someone moved and the remaining people naturally woke up and hurriedly fled. LV Ruochang hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to fly towards the giant sword transformed from the three swords, he heard Venerable Wu's cold voice again, leave the flying swords behind. Xiao Hua is my little friend. It's disrespectful to me for you to intercept him. These three flying swords are the compensation. How could Lu Ruochang dare to disobey? He shrunk his neck and hurriedly flew away without looking back. Senior. Seeing all the swordsmen flee, Xiao Hua couldn't help but give a thumbs up and sighed. Junior only knew that he had the empty fort strategy, but I didn't expect Senior to have a secret plan. You've actually been following behind this Junior all this time. If I didn't follow behind, how would I know that someone was still gossiping behind me? Do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't keep his word? Elder Wu's face was cold. He waved his hand and a few jade slips were thrown onto the flying boat. This is the bullshit cultivation method you wanted. Take it yourself. Don't. Since it was like this, what else could Xiao Hua say? He could only thicken his face and endure the heat. With a wave of his hand, he once again picked up the jade slips and respectfully handed them to Elder Wu. He smiled apologetically. Junior. Junior was in a hurry. How could Junior be as far-sighted as Senior? You thought I would be greedy for your things? Elder Wu didn't take the jade slips and said coldly. Oh no. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. Junior didn't expect that Senior would actually want to lure the snake out of its hole and give the sword cultivators and the others a warning. That's why I concealed myself. Junior now truly understands Senior's love for fists. Now that Senior has saved our lives, How could Junior still have the face to take Senior's things? Junior definitely can't accept these things. Junior thanks Senior for saving our lives. Xiao Mao and the others didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Elder Wu's kindness was indeed great. Humph! Elder Wu looked at the four of them and snorted coldly. He reached out his hand and took the jade slips and said indifferently, "Get up. I naturally have my reasons for sending you all out." Yes, Junior only knows now. Xiao Hua hurriedly smiled apologetically. Furthermore, these so-called Earth, Heaven and Saint class cultivation techniques are just nonsense made up by your Dao sect cultivators. What use do you have for these cultivation techniques? Then Venerable Wu continued, even all the soul cultivation techniques in Meng Mountains are based on the Green Seal script. Now that you have understood the pronunciation of the Green Seal script and the witchcraft incantation, all you need to do is to understand the Green Seal script one by one. That will be the most basic soul cultivation technique. Isn't that much stronger than any other soul cultivation technique? Yes, Junior didn't know about this, right? Senior said it, Junior only knows now. Xiao Hua was shocked and smiled apologetically, but it said that there are 365 Green Seal scripts. Where would Junior find them? How would I know? Elder Wu rolled his eyes and said indifferently, I only know that soul scholars can learn 50 Green Seal scripts every day in the 6 days of the soul. Shamans can learn 20 Green Seal scripts every day in the 3 days of the soul. As for the remaining 5, I don't even know where to find them. Of course, this is only a possibility. No one would dare to waste their life essence to compete with the essence of heaven and earth. Yes, Junior thanks Senior. Xiao Hua naturally knew that Elder Wu was giving him pointers. While feeling grateful, he bowed and saluted. What's the use of explaining? Damn it. Xiao Hua scolded. It's all because of your hitorigami. After I refine the rejuvenation pill, I won't give you half a pill. Oh right, you still have a mission. As he said that, Xiao Hua took out a storage pouch and threw it to Xiao Mao. This is the remaining spiritual seeds. When you're driving the airship, find a suitable place and scatter some. Big brother. You can't order me around like this, right? Xiao Mao looked at the spiritual seeds in the storage pouch and stomped his feet. There are so many spiritual seeds. How long do I have to scatter them? You're the messenger of Hutu great god. Xiao Hua laughed. If you're not the one doing this job, who else can do it? Hurry up and fly, we're still waiting to return to the country of Xi. Yes, I'll drive the airship right away. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly and looked at Red Cloud Fairy. Senior sister, even if you want me to drive the airship, you should at least tell me where I'm flying to, right? I can't possibly break into the sword domain again, right? Red Cloud Fairy rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and looked at the jade scroll cautiously. She pointed in another direction and said, fly there. Yes. I guarantee that under Senior Sister's command, the direction is correct. Xiao Mao replied in a loud and clear voice. He urged the flying boat to soar into the sky and charged in the direction that Fairy Hongxia had pointed out. It's finally easy. Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief and looked towards the direction the airship was heading towards. It was a piece of ice field and there was no direction to refer to. Darling Xiao, how's your spiritual will? Red Cloud Fairy kept her smile and asked with concern. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and released his spiritual will. A strong pressure rushed out like a storm. In the golden core, the greatest contributor had returned to Shi Kingdom through the secret passage of soul cultivators, and did not go to Celestial City. What about the sword battle between swordsmen and soul cultivators? Now it had reached the most critical stage. The towering Celestial City was still standing in the snowy region like a huge fortress. The snow and ice around it were still unmelted, quietly shining a dazzling white under the sunlight. Today was a rare sunny day in the snowy plateau. The pale white sun was hanging in the sky without any clouds, and the azure sky looked like a boundless green pond hanging upside down in the sky. Under the clear sky, Sage Xueyu was sitting leisurely on a cushion in the quiet city lord's mansion. A small red furnace was burning in the air in front of him. There was a fist-sized emerald green teapot on top of the furnace, and it made gurgling sounds as it was being licked by the red flames. Along with the sound, wisps of white smoke spurted out from the teapot's spout. This white gas was very strange. It didn't disappear like normal water vapor. Instead, it was like a long snake slithering in the air. There was a lot of white gas, and the whole teapot's surroundings looked like a dense fairyland. This white gas was the spiritual energy that the teapot breathed in and out. Chapter 2957. Hiss. Master Xueyu opened his mouth. Countless streams of white smoke turned into a thick white chain and rushed into his mouth. Gurgle, like the sound of a teapot. Master Xueyu's stomach was also growling. Then 2 streams of turbid air came out of his nostrils. Phew. Xueyu Master let out a deep breath and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Clearly he was enjoying the tightness. This cloud mist tea, ordinary people only know how to brew it with spring water to satisfy their cravings. Even if it's the spiritual energy in the spirit tea, what benefit can it bring to cultivation? Who would know? If we use innate true water to evaporate this energy, not only will it be able to purify the energy, it will also be able to neutralize the innate true water. Using this innate true water for cultivation is a very rare technique for cultivators with water physique. Sage Xueyu muttered to himself, to be able to enjoy life like this at such a time, and to be able to cultivate while enjoying it, even if you asked me to be the sect master, I wouldn't be willing. As Taoist Xueyu smiled, the white mist surrounded the teapot again. Just as Taoist Xueyu was about to open his mouth to take a sip, the corner of his right eye suddenly twitched. Then the slender white eyebrows above his right eye suddenly trembled for no reason. I.O. Xueyu's face was filled with shock. Why is that? Could it be some sort of warning sign? Master Xueyu closed his eyes for a moment as if he was trying to comprehend something. However, a moment later he opened his eyes and said, "It seems there is nothing to worry about. Although my Sky Patrol City is the focal point of the Great Tao Sword War, the Sky Patrol City is the main focus of the war. But now the Great War of Tao and Sword has spread across the borders of the country of Xi, the country of Lian and the country of Huan. Without the Sword Tomb, my Sky Patrol City's role is reduced. Cultivators can occupy a large territory of the country of Lian, so who would care about a small place like my Sky Patrol City? Moreover, it's fine if sword cultivators don't come to Sky Patrol City, but if they do, won't they fall into the trap of the 3 kingdoms? Perhaps it's because of Ai's cultivation." Just as Sage Xueyu was deep in thought, a sharp cry like that of an eagle rang out in the sky above Sky Patrol City. Not good. Sage Xueyu's expression changed when he heard the eagle's cry. He stood up from the futon in disbelief and exclaimed, "Who dares to trigger the snow eagle alarm in the Sky Patrol City?" Master Xueyu flew up from the praying mat and waved his sleeve. Whether it was the red clay stove or the emerald green teapot, they both fell into his sleeve and disappeared without a trace. Before Master Xueyu could reach the entrance of the hall, the door silently opened. Master Xueyu's divine sense swept out like a waterfall. His Xueyu True Master gasped when he saw what was happening 100 miles away from Sky Patrol City. These sword cultivators, where did they come from? At this moment the sky was no longer as blue and boundless as before. Although the tragic sun was still stuck in the sky, there were still many dark clouds in the surroundings. These dark clouds were like thin strands, but they were like waves surging rapidly. Accompanied by the dark clouds was a howling cold wind. The cold wind was so harsh that it seemed as if it was going to blow Sky Patrol City into the sky. Just as the wind and clouds were surging, Master Xueyu's divine sense saw that the sky 100 miles away from Sky Patrol City was filled with sword cultivators. They were densely packed like locusts. Moreover, looking at the dense mass of sword cultivators, who knew how many sword cultivators were behind them? How could Master Xueyu not be stunned? An unknown number of sword cultivators were flying over on their swords. Each of them released their sword chi. The soaring sword chi rushed straight into the sky, disrupting the weather. What was special was that all the flying swords were emitting a powerful sword hum, faintly resonating with each other and faintly laughing arrogantly. That kind of invincible and heaven-shaking momentum made even Master Xueyu, who was a nascent soul cultivator, feel his heart pounding. At this moment, before Master Xueyu could expand his divine sense with the help of Sky Patrol City's array, there was a loud clang, and an even more arrogant sword chi rushed into the sky from behind the sword cultivators. Hum! All the flying swords emitted a sorrowful cry. A powerful divine sense swept over like the flying swords, and Master Xueyu's divine sense was immediately hit by it. His third-grade swordsman. Master Xueyu gasped again. His divine sense was instantly shattered by the sword chi. How could Master Xueyu not know that this was the appearance of a sword cultivator? His face turned pale. He did not dare to continue probing with his divine sense. He quickly withdrew it and looked in another direction. This time Master Xueyu was much more obedient. He only briefly checked before withdrawing his divine sense and looking in another 2 directions. As Sage Xueyu had expected, he scanned the outside of Sky Patrol City with his divine thought. Among the swordsmen on all sides, there were powerful sword essences. Obviously, these swordsmen were going to surround Sky Patrol City. Just as Master Xueyu was shocked, several divine senses that were even more powerful than Master Xueyu's divine sense rushed out from Sky Patrol City and patrolled around like Master Xueyu. These divine intents seemed to have a tacit understanding as they all searched in different directions. However, just like Master Xueyu, the moment their divine intents touched the sword cultivators, they were all injured by the sword cultivators and were forced to withdraw their divine intents. City Lord. Just as Xueyu's spiritual master stood in front of the palace door with a pale face, bewildered Jin King, whose face was also pale, rushed over and shouted in a panicked tone, "Bad news, bad news." Master Xueyu had already made a decision. Seeing Jin King so panicked, he snorted and said calmly, "Even when the mountain collapsed, your expression did not change. Even when the enemy was at the city gates, your spirit did not waver. Jin King, if even you are so panicked, what will happen to the disciples of Sky Patrol City?" Jin King took a deep breath and barely suppressed his panic. He said anxiously, "I know I was wrong. However, today's situation is beyond my expectations. I don't know how to deal with it." "Easy." Master Xueyu said coldly, "The first thing is to activate the city defense formation of Sky Patrol City. Secondly, send a distress signal to the cultivators of the 3 kingdoms. Lastly, stop the teleportation formation to prevent the sword cultivators from using it to attack Sky Patrol City." "Yes, I know all of this." Jin King nodded and said, "I have already informed the city guards to adjust the city defense formation to the Snow Eagle level. All the disciples guarding the city are in position. I have already issued an order to mobilize the disciples of the 2 sects to the 4 sides of the city gates and prepare to face the enemy. However, from what I can see, this Snow Eagle level defense can only withstand the first wave of attacks from sword cultivators. If you want to withstand the illusory sword and sword transformation level, then you have to activate the formation to the Snow Peak level. Then you have to ask the City Lord to personally issue a City Lord order. As for the distress signal," Jin King smiled bitterly and said, "I just received a message from the patrolling disciples outside the city. I wanted to send the signal through the teleportation formations that are not fixed. However, I found that all the teleportation formations, whether they are fixed or not, cannot be used at all." Master Xueyu was stunned. However, this subordinate still followed the City Lord's instructions and sealed the teleportation array. Jin King was a little relieved when he said this. How serious is the situation? Master Xueyu had already seen the situation outside Sky Patrol City, but he still asked. Jin King replied, "According to the patrolling disciples of my Sky Patrol City who were 100 miles away, sword cultivator disciples suddenly appeared 100 miles away from the Sky Patrol City. They could not tell where these sword cultivators came from. Moreover, there were so many of them that they could not see clearly. These sword cultivators did not attack the patrolling disciples and allowed them to fly back to Sky Patrol City. According to the patrolling disciples, The sword cultivators besieging the city have cultivations ranging from pregnant sword to bright sword. There are so many of them. As for the illusory sword and bright sword that cannot be detected, there are about 20% of them. Have the patrolling disciples returned? Master Xueyu pursed his lips and looked into the distance. He seemed to be dissatisfied with the situation and asked again. Governor, 80% of them have returned. There are still about 200 people who have not returned. Jean King said solemnly, I'm afraid they have already died. About 200 people. Not all of them have died. Perhaps about 10% of them escaped the encirclement. Master Xueyu said faintly, yes. Jean King nodded. There is also Miss Li and the others who are in charge of the teleportation formation. They should be able to escape the encirclement of these sword cultivators. It will not be long before the cultivators of Dao sect come to their rescue from all over Huan country. Perhaps. Master Xueyu narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed across his eyes. These sword cultivators have made such a big fuss and let the patrolling disciples go. It is obvious that they want to catch us off guard and take down Sky Patrol City in one go. This was beyond my expectations, but at the same time it wasn't beyond my expectations. Although I have made preparations and even the cultivators of the Three Kingdoms have made preparations, it is obvious that there are too many sword cultivators. We still have to fight to the death. Facing the calm immortal Xueyu, Jean King's mood also calmed down. He snorted coldly and said, I have read the ancient books in the city. Back then, my ancestor of the city Lord of Xueyu, with the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, used the snow wave ice wave formation to protect the city to block the attack of 5 swordsmen at the late stage of the sword transformation stage. Although there are many sword cultivators, I am afraid they are just a motley crew. As he spoke, 4 powerful divine senses swept over. At the same time, 4 figures flew out from the same direction and landed in the sky above the city governor's mansion. Master Xueyu did not dare to be negligent. He waved his hand and a city governor's token landed in front of Jean King. He ordered, Go, pass on my city governor's token. Activate the Great Ice Wave Formation. When the time is right, I will personally take charge of the Great Ice Wave Formation. Kill those sword transformation swordsmen in front of Sky Patrol City. Chapter 2958. Yes, I understand. Jean King received the order and hurried out. Xueyu's spiritual master flew up to greet them. Junior brother Xueyu, a clear voice said in shock. Why did the sword cultivators suddenly appear outside Sky Patrol City? Why didn't my Dao sect disciples react? Xueyu's spiritual master looked indifferent. He looked at Miyu from Imperial Thunder Sect and said with a smile, Isn't the arrival of the sword cultivators exactly what we want? It's fine if they don't come, but if they do, they'll definitely be defeated by our Sky Patrol City. Didn't they fall into our trap? Ah, that's right. An extremely arrogant voice said, I've said it before, our Imperial Thunder Sect's message has always been accurate. Juqinghe, that little brat, didn't believe me. Now that the sword cultivator is here, this Dao sword war will end in our hands. The credit of defending the Sky Patrol City and killing Huajian will fall on the heads of the thunder-controlling sect Sky Patrol City and Mo Sang Mountain. The voice belonged to none other than Quangtian's spiritual master. As mentioned earlier, Xiaohua told Qian Diheng that the sword cultivator's target was Sky Patrol City through Jiuxia. However, under Zhu Qinghe's analysis, Sun Yunzi and the others did not take it seriously. Instead, they thought it was a trap set by the sword cultivators. Quangtian's spiritual master was furious and challenged Zhu Qinghe on the spot. He wanted to pull the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples back to Sky Patrol City to prevent the sword cultivators' sneak attack. Zhu Qinghe naturally went with the flow. He asked Sun Yunzi to agree to the Imperial Thunder Sect's request to fight and let the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples return to Sky Patrol City. Quangtian's spiritual master was not as good as Zhu Qinghe in terms of scheming, but he believed in Xiaohua's message and the defensive formation of Sky Patrol City. In particular, if the sword cultivators really wanted to attack Sky Patrol City, the Imperial Thunder Sect would have to make a new contribution in the Great War of Dao Sword. Of course, Quang Tian had another plan in mind. If Xiao Hua's message was wrong and the sword cultivator's target was not the Celestial City, then wouldn't the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples be able to survive the Great Dao Sword battle by hiding in the city? To minimize the casualties of the Imperial Thunder Sect? When he first came to Sentry City, Crazy Heaven was still a little nervous. From time to time he would contact Reverend Miyu to come to Reverend Shuiyu's City Lord Mansion to check the battle reports. However, as time passed, those sword cultivators seemed to have forgotten about Sky Patrol City and had no intention of attacking it at all. Kuang Tian also became lazy and only meditated in the encampment every day, waiting for the end of the great battle of Dao Sword. He did not expect to encounter a large-scale attack by sword cultivators today. However, Kuang Tian only panicked for a moment before he calmed down again. He understood that no matter the outcome of the battle in Sky Patrol City, the Imperial Thunder Sect and Xiao Hua's contributions would not escape. He could even make a false accusation. Moreover, Sky Patrol City was originally a trap set up by Zhu Qinghe and the others. Kuang Tian, Spiritual Master Miyu, and the other disciples of the Thunder Control Sect returned to Sky Patrol City in secret and would not let the sword cultivators know. Apart from the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, there were also 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators from Mo Sang Mountain, perfected Qin Yan and perfected Lao Yun, as well as many disciples of Mo Sang Mountain. Pa Kuang Tian is right. Reverend Shuiyu also laughed. And the credit should go to Xiao Hua who sent the message. After the battle I will have to thank him properly. Well said, well said. Kuang Tian knew what Reverend Shuiyu was thinking and smiled widely. Senior Brother Miyu, Senior Brother Qin Yan, and Senior Brother Lao Yun. Reverend Shuiyu looked at the other 3 and said seriously, I's cultivation is shallow and cannot compare to the previous city lord. I will have to rely on you for this battle. Spiritual Master Miyu had always felt that there was a grudge between the Thunder Control Sect and Sky Patrol City because of Tu Hong and Dui Qiming's dual cultivation. Therefore, Reverend Shuiyu did not want the Thunder Control Sect to be stationed in Sky Patrol City. However, now that the situation was critical and both sides had to join hands to face the enemy, she smiled faintly and said, Junior Brother Shuiyu, don't worry. Now that you are in charge and we are just assistants, we will do our best to resist the sword cultivators. That's right. The 2 nascent soul cultivators from Mo Sang Mountain nodded. We have already discussed the city defense array with Reverend Shuiyu. If the sword cultivators attack, we will fight the enemy together. Good. Reverend Shuiyu clapped his hands and said, I have already issued the city lord's order. The snow and ice waves array will be activated immediately. I feel that the sword cultivators have gathered so many troops to besiege the Sky Patrol City. They are prepared to attack with all their might. If the attack fails, they will definitely retreat. Otherwise, when the army of our Taoist sect cultivators surround them from the outside, they will be defeated. Hee, Kuang Tian laughed again. Before I came to Sky Patrol City, I heard from Sun Yunzi that there are a few fellow cultivators lying in ambush near Sky Patrol City. Now they have probably received the news and are rushing here to help. In fact, we only need to withstand the first wave of attack from the sword cultivators and the situation will be set. There is such a thing? Why don't I know about it? Reverend Shuiyu was stunned. With the 4 of you attacking, a dozen 3rd-grade sword cultivators may not be able to take down Sky Patrol City. Sky Patrol City's city guarding formation of Sky Patrol City is so powerful? Reverend Qin Yan of Mo Sang Mountain gasped and said. If not, how could Sky Patrol City stand outside the sword tomb for so long? Reverend Shuiyu said confidently, but I'm afraid the sword cultivators will also set up a sword formation. Kuang Tian said again. I heard that the teleportation formation of Sky Patrol City was cut off. This sword formation must be very powerful, right? Reverend Shuiyu's expression changed slightly. He did not tell the 4 of them that the teleportation formation was cut off because he was afraid that they would be afraid. He did not expect Kuang Tian to find out. It's okay. Reverend Shuiyu did not care at all. No matter how powerful the sword formation is, we can hold on for a few days. Once the other cultivators surround the sword cultivators from the outside, we can attack from the inside and defeat the sword cultivators. Sky Patrol City will be the final battle of our Taoist sect cultivators. This was the second time Reverend Shuiyu said this. It seemed that he was really confident that he could defeat the third-grade sword cultivators in Sky Patrol City. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.